that ASU was back.
One thing to watch for today, we talked about the Classic, we've talked about guys being out, we've talked about the seniors. The biggest key for Alabama State today is the running game. They need to stop the running game at Prairie View, and they need to get their running game going. Albeit, the reason they haven't been able to lately, they have played some of the toughest running defenses in the country. You look at Grambling. Grambling's ranked in FCS. Florida State is 315, 320, 340 across their defensive front. Alcorn's defensive front, UAB's defensive front. They've been able to get the yards. Today is the day to prove it.
And I'm looking forward to seeing Ja'Cory Merritt come out and do his thing today, being this true freshman from Sidney Lanier High School right here in Montgomery. Ja'Cory Merritt is going to have to carry the load. Of course, Deron Bell is not here, and Ezra Gray is going to be Ezra Gray. So I'm looking for them stepping up and meeting the challenge of this running attack today.
I believe you guys were watching me write my notes for the matchups today. Because you're absolutely right. One of the matchups I have is the two seniors, Leeward Brown and DeAndre Brown, on the left side of the offensive line. How well can Alabama State control the line of scrimmage, dictate up front, so that way that running game can control the clock and keep that explosive Prairie View offense off the field?
For the folks at home, and you hear me talk about it even on the coaches show on Monday nights, Mondays are my favorite time to go sit in with the coaches. I had an opportunity the Monday after Florida State. Believe it or not, this offensive line from Florida State played their best game of the year. They stood those guys up at the line of scrimmage, and they were able to give KD some time. They can do that against Florida State. They can certainly do it against the defensive front from Prairie View, and that's not a knock against Prairie View.
And definitely not. But if we can play half as well as we played against Florida State, we should come out of this thing unscathed.
Yeah, like I said, what we watched last week with Florida State, it was amazing. For us to be that close in that ball game early, I know there are no moral victories, but they're definitely confidence builders, and that definitely was a confidence builder, like you said, Travis.
Sean, we didn't mean to steal your thunder by taking all your keys today, but before we kick, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Alabama State football on the Hornet Sports Network.
Broadcasting from the campus of Alabama State University, this is FM 90.7 WVASHD, Montgomery, Alabama. And you're back.
The officials are at midfield, guys, and we're about ready for kickoff. Travis Stroman, Sean Sanders, J.C. Coleman, Rob Taylor alongside with you for the final game of the 2019 football season. These two teams come in both identical records at 5-5. Prairie View can finish as high as second in the West Division, can finish third with a loss today. Alabama State with a win can have sole possession of second place in that SWAC East Division. Prairie View will come out, if you're listening to us, in white uniforms, gold tops, white helmets, purple numbers with purple and gold trim along the tops of the uniform. Alabama State in their home black, gold helmets. And there will be a number change, guys, on offense. Just so you know, Kadarius Davis, remember, last home game, which was back in October 5th, was injured, taken off the field. They had to take him to the hospital to be examined. They ended up having to tear his number 12 jersey, cut it off, so he's going to wear jersey 2 today, which threw everybody off when we went to Birmingham for the Magic City Classic, and everybody was sprinting through the press box trying to figure out who number 2 was. But Kadarius Davis will be number 2 today, and a whole host of changes. On special teams, you got Devontae Webster out there today instead of his brother Bryce Webster, who was injured 3 weeks ago. We were off last week. And Ershad Davis has been inserted back into that special teams. DeWanna Tucker back deep to return Hunter Hanson's kick. So we're going to get an early look at DeWanna Tucker here on the kickoff return.
If we kick it to him.
And the 2019 Turkey Day Classic is underway, and a pooch kick from Hunter Hanson will be fielded at the 22-yard line. No fair catch called. Down the sideline goes the return man from Prairie View, and that's one of the backup tight ends, and immediately over towards that sideline, and the referees are trying to push him back. That's number 83, Jordan Jones for Prairie View A&M, and he pushed the referee away trying to get him off the sideline.
Yeah, it seems like the Hornets are coming out here fired up, and I know you get excited when you get a hit like that right on your sideline. So hopefully that translates into a great stop right here on this first drive.
Yeah, Hornets just got to do a good job on the kickoff coverage. Let them get outside of that leverage. Coach used to always tell us, stay in your lane, son. Stay in your lane running down on that coverage. Let them get outside and get a little bit more than we wanted to there.
Sorry about trying to find out who number 83 was. I had a little issue. I couldn't see. My glasses were about 30 feet away from me. Prairie View back to pass on the first play. Wide open on the left side. Pass is complete. Josh Hill in on the tackle. Keenan Isaac also in on the tackle. DeWanna Tucker, who was lined up wide that time, catches the pass from Jalen Morton, the quarterback for Prairie. They're going to go hurry up.
And keep your eye on Josh Hill today. Josh Hill is excited about playing this last game.
Again, a pass to DeWanna Tucker, and Urshad Davis with a tackle. They've got Tucker out split this time, and he makes the catch. So they're going to DeWanna Tucker quickly here on the first two plays, not running.
Yeah, a little bit of chess match going on. You can tell they've got these plays scripted, how fast they're moving and the tempo they're at, which is expected early in the game. Both teams trying to feel each other out here and see where the soft spots are at.
Tucker now in the backfield, a little jet. You could call it jet sweep, but it's actually a pass. And there's your guy, Josh Hill, with a big hit to start. Darren Johnson wraps him up and goes ahead and puts him down. But Josh Hill, a big play on the little pop pass.
Yeah, and and Alabama State actually shifted. The Hornet defense shifted in the direction of that run. They actually ran right into the teeth of that Hornet defense that time. Great stop by number 24, Joshua Hill.
Senior coming up and laying the wood. I like it.
4 receiver set this time for Prairie View. 2nd and 10 from the 49 of Alabama State. Opening possession of the 96th Annual Turkey Day Classic. Here's Morton back to pass. Goes over the middle. Pass almost picked off. Josh Hill had it in his hands and unable to hang on to it as Morton tried to go over the top, and Felts and Hill there in double coverage.
Got to make those plays. Those are the plays you got to have against any team. Anytime a team can put a ball right in your hand, you got to make those plays.
ASU tried to fool them on that one and almost was successful. They ran a cover 3 robber with Joshua Hill underneath to pick off that post pass, and he almost was able to get an interception. And
I'll say it after this play is here's Caleb Morton again in shotgun formation. 5 receiver set, empty backfield, back to pass, looks left, nowhere to go. He'll tuck it. He'll try to pick up the first down. Will with his feet and gets 12 on the pickup down to the Alabama State 37. And again, this is probably predicated on what I was about to tell you. 6 DBs in now for Alabama State, 7 if you count Devin Booker, who made that move to linebacker earlier this year. So they called him all back in zone coverage that time.
Yeah, and there was a money down, that you like to talk about, Mashawn, and, we got to get off the field on 3rd down.
Here's Morton. He'll fake the handoff. He'll roll right. He'll run out of bounds right in front of Eric Felts at the 30-yard line of Alabama State. Another pickup, good pickup for Morton. Pickup of 7 this time, bring up 2nd and 3.
Prairie View already trying to pick up where they left off last year against us in the matchup. You can tell that they're coming in this game highly confident so far about their moving in the tempo and offense. We got to get some key stops here.
Culpepper shows blitz from the left side. He'll back off. Here's Morton. They'll ride the handoff as long as they can. Morton keeps. He'll get the first down, get the mark with 3 yards on the pickup. Josh Hill able to make the stop, but it's another first down for Prairie View to the 27. We've got an injured Alabama State player down, and that may be Josh Hill. That'll give us an opportunity to take a timeout. Back after the 60-second break, you're listening to Alabama State football on the Hornet Sports Network.
Amy Goodman, host of Democracy Now! For an independent source of news and information, we bring you diverse perspectives from around the world and a deeper look at the most important events and issues that have an impact on you and your community. Join me for Democracy Now! Weeknights at 7 p.m. on the Sound
how you get that
of
screen? Where
Excellence,
you at?
FM 90.7 WVAS.
Join the City of Montgomery in celebrating Rosa Parks Day in Alabama. Starting November 30th with a Unity Breakfast, followed by a Unity Walk down Dexter Avenue at 10 a.m. The celebration also includes the dedication of the Rosa Parks statue at Fountain in downtown Montgomery on Sunday, December 1st, and ASU's commemoration of the 64th anniversary of the Montgomery bus boycott on December 2nd. For the complete calendar of events, visit rosaparksdayinalabama.com. 3, 2, 1, you're back.
Josh Hill hopped up as soon as we went to break, and right out of the break, Prairie View jumps off sides with a false start from their right guard slot. It's 1st and 15. And here's the handoff to Tucker. He goes left side. Devin Booker holding on to Tucker. And he tackles him at the 27, so he gets the 5 yards back. It'll bring up 2nd and 10. Travis Strong, J.C. Coleman, Mashawn Sanders, Rob Taylor alongside with you here today. Mel Marshall will be in the booth with us today. Jay Holsey back in studio control. And we'll go down to Rob Taylor here in just a few minutes as Josh Hill was got off on the field on his own power, but here we are 2nd and 10, guys, and here's Morton. Empty backfield again. He'll drop back to pass, goes over the middle. Pass is caught by Jones. Dragging a defender with him, and he'll get all the way down to the 2-yard line. 1st and goal for Prairie View.
Right now, Prairie View offensive line is doing a good job of blocking for that quarterback. He's got all day to make a decision back there and complete that pass.
Every time I hear Joshua Hill, and especially where he's from with 24 on, I think about Antoine Hill, Alabama State all-time leading interceptions leader here. I know he's listening in from home. Happy Thanksgiving, buddy.
Here's Morton back in shotgun. He'll hand it off to Tucker. Tucker, unable to go anywhere. And a heck of a play that time from Mario Thomas. Beat his offensive lineman to the gap and able just to hang on to his foot for a loss of 2.
And that's going to be important when you put your hands on this running back. We've got to hit and hold because we can't be missing tackles. And actually, the last 2 runs this guy made, they were great. One-on-one stops.
This actually helps ASU because the short field right now in the red zone actually condenses down this spread high-octane Prairie View offense right now because we were gassed out there. We were looking around, didn't know where the ball was going to be. Now that it's condensed down in the field, look for Alabama State to have a better chance to hold.
Here's the handoff to Tucker. Tucker goes left, tries to slip through, does slip through. Let's see where they mark him down. Maybe back to the original line at the 2. If they do, it'll be 3rd and goal from the 2. And, guys, this is a Prairie View team that can score. So this is not a surprise that they're able to move the football down the field. They've done it all year against everybody.
And it's going to be interesting to see if Prairie View kick a field goal or if Prairie View would score a touchdown because during the pregame warm-up, looked like they were trying out for a kicker because I don't think their original kicker is healthy.
Shotgun formation, had movement again. And here's the late flag. I was about to say no flag. The whole left side of the line jumped on that play. So this helps even more, Michon. Now it gives Alabama State a little more room, but also gives Prairie View some more room to find some holes in that pass defense.
And this probably is going to, should ASU hold here, have Prairie View kick the ball, moving them back further from the goal line.
So now it'll be 3rd and goal, Prairie View, from the Alabama State 7. Morton under center. Now he'll back up in shotgun formation. 3 receivers set. He'll have Tucker in the backfield set to his right. Alabama State shows blitz, and they get him to jump again. That's 2 straight plays that Alabama State has shown blitz. And Travis Pearson, guys, the defensive coordinator, is known around the country, and they always refer to his teams as Travis Pearson's the defensive coordinator. Man, he'll blitz us before we get off the bus in the parking lot.
My kind of defensive coordinator right there.
And he's dialed it up twice that time and got Prairie View to jump both times.
Bring the pain. Bring the pain.
So now 3rd and goal, Prairie View, from the 12. Here's Morton back to pass. Goes right side. Tucker not looking. Tucker was running the wheel route. Morton thought he was going to go to the sideline. Instead, Morton curled up into the T if you've ever been in the end zone here at ASU Stadium.
And I don't think they're going to send the kicker out here this time. It remains to be seen. Do they have a kicker?
And so much to do about nothing here if Alabama State is able to hold because Prairie View was all over the field. It was looking bleak early on. It looks like they may be running a special teams unit on, but still, it's no guarantee. Like JC said, he was struggling with his kicks in the pregame, especially from this distance right here. So, might work out favorably for the Hornets.
This is the backup kicker for Prairie View that's out there, Caleb Darbone. The regular place kicker, Amari Martinez, does not go out. We've got another flag. No, a timeout will be called by Prairie View. We'll take it with them. You're listening to Alabama State football on the Hornet Sports Network.
The WVASFM community calendar is here for you. If you have an upcoming event that you'd like to promote, go online to our website at WVASFM.org and share it in our community calendar section.
I wouldn't be surprised if they
When
come
you
out
click on the community calendar link, you'll be redirected to the page. Click on the link that says Submit an Event and fill out the required information. Please submit your event at least 2 weeks in advance. Share your event today on the WVASFM community calendar.
Think fast. In less than 30 seconds, a small flame can become a big fire. Don't let your world go up in smoke. Have working smoke alarms and keep children 3 feet away from anything that gets hot. Learn more at usfa.bema.gov because fire is everyone's fight.
9:21 remaining here in the opening quarter. Scoreless game. Prairie View moved down the field relatively easy against this Alabama State defense. The bend but don't break mentality, the 20 to the 20. And now Prairie View is going to be forced. Let's see if they bring the special teams unit out. They do. Caleb Darbone, the backup kicker for Prairie View, out to do the kicking duties.
And right here we got to be careful because Prairie View, with the kicking struggles and all, you got to look for everything. Be prepared for the fake or whatever here.
This will be a 29-yard attempt from the right hash for the visitors from Prairie View, Texas. Here's the snap, the hold, the kick, and he swings it all the way from the right hash to the left hash and misses it. So Alabama State able to keep Prairie View off the scoreboard, and they'll take over 1st and 10 on their opening possession on the missed field goal.
And that's just what the doctor ordered for Alabama State today. Stop Prairie View on the first drive, and now we get the ball on offense. Let's go down here and do something and take control of this game early.
Hey, on that drive right there, Conley had 150 QBR rating. So you're absolutely right there, JC. Exactly what we needed right there to settle down on defense, get together, get on the board, and try to slow and contain this Prairie View offense down. And then on the offensive side, hey, we did what we needed to do, right? We wanted to defer. That way we can get the ball later in the game. And now we flip the scoring coin to our side, to our favor.
Here's Kadarius Davis. He'll come in shotgun formation, 3 receiver set. First play of the game is a handoff to Ezra Gray. Goes left side. Big pickup for Gray on the first carry. A pickup of 7 to the 27.
You could just tell Ezra Gray was going to have a good game today after what he did against Florida State. There was a little bit of a homecoming for him. He's from that area right there, and I kept up with him. I saw how excited he was, and he got a renewed confidence after that game.
Prairie View shows blitz. Alabama State stands up, looks over to Joe Blackwell for the new call. Davis will have Gray to his right, sends his tight end to Legion Farmer in motion. Quick pass out to Tyreek Allen, catches it, able to beat his defender to the sideline. 1 tackle away from a big gain as he's tripped up at about the 37. They'll call it the 38 first down, Alabama State.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Prairie View is going to play Alabama State because you know that we're going to come out here and we're going to pass the ball. You know about Michael Jefferson. You know about the offensive weapons. But it's going to be interesting to see how we get this running game started.
Tyreek Allen is in my matchups today, partners. Right on cue. My senior, I'm expecting big things from my senior receivers today.
Bunch formation, both sides for Alabama State. Davis swing pass to Gray, just overshoots him. Might not have been a bad idea because if Gray catches it, might only be a 1-yard gain. 2 defenders bearing down on him, but a different formation from Alabama State. Bunch on both sides, left and right, with 2 receivers on each side.
You like to see Davis just take a peek over into that secondary and that top level. That time he had Jahad Booker coming wide open on the in route, on the dig route, 15 yards up the field, and then check it down, young man, to the back out of the flat. So that's what I'm looking for as far as maturization from this year to next year when he becomes a senior.
There was a flag on the play, didn't see it, and they'll move Alabama State down 5. It was a backwards pass, so it's not a flag. It was a 4-yard loss on the pass attempt. Behind the line of scrimmage, they'll say it was a backwards pass. They'll have to look at that. There's no way that was a backwards pass. So they will go look at a replay, and while they do look at replay, we'll step aside for 60 seconds. You listen to Alabama State football on Hornet Sports Network.
Whoever's going to participate in the check participation and presentation.
It's the way he turned. Firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress. A mom. We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good,
Others not so much.
But that's life. It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty.
Something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not.
It's not about paranoia
or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We
trust our instincts.
Just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
3, 2, 1, you're back.
Welcome back to ASU Stadium. 2nd and 10 now. They reversed the play and said it wasn't a forward. It was actually a forward pass. Gray tries to get up the middle, fumbles, and it was kicked forward. Michael Jefferson didn't see it to the last minute. It'll be a turnover and fumble recovered by Prairie View A&M. Unfortunate for Alabama State that time as Stephen Scott got the fumble recovery. But, guys, this is one of those. Ezra Gray went up the middle, got through the middle. Somebody's arm just came through at the last minute and then was kicked right by Michael Jefferson.
Yes, I would imagine his eyes got so big because the hole was so big you could have driven a truck through. But he got to keep the ball. Got to hold the ball when you go through the hole.
It's so difficult as a player because once you've got to that next level, you're trying to figure out what your next move is. You don't expect the guy behind you to reach for it because you've already cleared that level. So tough break for the kid. Now Alabama State's defense got to come out here and hold again.
Jalen Morton in quarterback. DeWanna Tucker will be split to his left. He looks like ball batted right back at Morton. And that's big. Andrew Ogletree getting that big paw, the redshirt freshman from Columbus, Georgia, to bat that one down. And look at this. Even after an incomplete pass, Prairie View's ready to go on the next play. And Alabama State bought some time by going and picking the ball up for the official. Wise move by the two big defensive interior linemen. Here's Morton. Back to pass, goes left side again, wide open. Pass is caught. Tackle will be made by Josh Hill, Devin Booker, and Keenan Isaac over there to clean things up as Tristan Wallace catches his first pass of the game.
Yeah, Wallace went and sat in that little soft spot into that zone. You'd like to see your defensive back be a little more aggressive on that play.
1st and 10 Prairie View, and they've got a whistle, a quick whistle as the blitz was coming from Keenan Isaac. The ball was not ready to play in Prairie View. That shows you how fast Prairie View's trying to go. They're trying to go faster than what Oregon said a few years ago. When Oregon went every 6 seconds, Prairie View trying to get that one off in 3. The blitz was coming. I think Isaac was going to get him on that one. Nonetheless, it'll be 1st and 10 Prairie View from the Alabama State 29. Here's Morton back to pass. Another blitz comes, gets hit, able to get the pass off. Incomplete. Had a receiver running down the seam, but I think he was thrown off by the blitz as Darren Johnson was able to come in and get a hit.
Yeah, I'm not very impressed with Prairie View ability to beat us with the passing game. So we got to keep doing what we're doing.
Alabama State defensive backs doing their job, disrupting those wide receivers for Prairie View A&M at the line of scrimmage, disrupting the timing that time on the deep throw for Prairie View.
3 receiver set will be to Morton's right. He'll have Tucker in the backfield set to his right. Alabama State's defense spread out. They're going 5 DBs again as Tucker gets it. Thomas can't hang on to the tackle. Keenan Isaac falls on top of Tucker to keep him from crawling any further down at the 24, 5-yard pickup for Prairie View.
What Thomas did, though, was slow them up just enough time for Isaac to get on top of him and setting up money down defense. 3rd down. Let's get off the field right here. Well, let's see what they do because, they just missed a kick. The kicker's been struggling for Prairie View. But right now, let's focus on 3rd down, money down.
3 receiver set, 2 to Morton's right, to the short side, to the wide side of the field. Sends a receiver in motion, which is his tight end, 3rd and 5. Morton looks left, able to get the pass off. It'll be called. Let's see if he gets the first down. They'll give him 2 extra yards. Actually, now they back up and give him 1 extra yard for a first down. It's Keenan Isaac able to make the tackle, but not before the slant was caught by Scott.
That was interesting, though. They had a 3rd down play, and you take out your best running back, so 9 times out of 10, you're going to be passing the ball.
And we caught ASU in man-to-man coverage, and the Cardinals send in man-to-man coverage is you can't let the offensive player cross your face. That time the offensive player crossed Keenan Isaac's face. It resulted in a first down for the Panthers.
1st and 10 Prairie View from the Alabama State 18. The 2nd time they've been in the red zone today. Here's Morton's pass, goes to the end zone. His receiver again broke off the route, and Morton throws it to that deep corner. The only man over there was Kamar Martin and can't catch up to it for Alabama State.
2nd and 10 from the 18.
But like you said earlier, Mashawn, when the field is shortened, you limit what they can do on offense this time. So hopefully our defense can make a stand right here, bend, but don't break once again.
2nd and 10 Prairie View. 4 receiver set this time for the Panthers. Alabama State showing blitz up the middle. Ershad Davis shows blitz from the left side. He'll come in hard. There's the blitz. Morton again hit hard. And again an incomplete pass. Natron Culpepper had the coverage, but big hit from Andrew Ogletree. We saw him get his big paw up on the last time. This time he just pops Morton. Lucky, though, not helmet to helmet on that hit.
ASU elected to keep everything in front of them, going to an off-man coverage in the secondary, 7 yards off, 1 yard inside into that Prairie View offensive player, not letting them get over the top and then driving up on that. That time, ASU did their job in the secondary.
Morton, 3 receiver set. Tucker back in the game. Morton looks right. Ershad Davis with a tackle and cleaned up over there by Andrew Ogletree again. But, guys, something I don't know if you noticed, Ershad Davis took Tawana Tucker out of the play initially by knocking him down at the line of scrimmage.
And, you know, you alluded to it earlier, you know, this guy, he has a heart of gold, but he's a very small running back. So it's kind of hard for him to block those guys coming off the edge like that.
And then the off man, there's no room for him. So they're just sitting back about 7 yards off and then just creeping slow playing. And by that time, our pass rush is getting to him, and he's got nobody to throw to.
Prairie View, I guess, learned after the last possession they're going to go for it here on 4th and 9 from the 17. 4 receivers set. Morton back to pass. Goes over the middle. Looks into the end zone. Wouldn't have been called anyway. And there's a flag down. Let's see if Alabama State was offsides, and that may be why Morton was able to just throw that out of the back of the end zone. It was not catchable by any means, but the flag is at the line of scrimmage as the officials come together. Let's see what the call is. We'll hear it when you hear it. Illegal motion on Prairie View. So again, Alabama State holds in the red zone. 2 trips by Prairie View into the red zone. And just like that, Alabama State's defense able to hold out. We'll go down to Rob Taylor down on the sideline.
Josh Hill is back out on the field. They checked his hand, and the trainer had to squeeze her fingers to make sure that he was okay. So Josh is back out there. And one thing I learned today, you know, I figured everybody on the team knows everybody's name, but if you don't know the player's name, you can't remember, you just call him by his number. And I heard one of the guys say, 2-4, you all right? And Josh responded, yeah, I'm good.
Here's Kadarius Davis, right side to Allen. Allen, nowhere to go. He's going to come back all the way to the left side. He's going to have to get his speed to even get back to the line of scrimmage and can't do it, and gets up in it at the 5. If he just goes down, he's down at the 15, and it's a loss of 2. Now it's a loss of 10 on the play.
That's just one of those situations where the senior was trying to do too much on senior day. I've been there before, young man. Unfortunately, I've only seen a couple players do that, one by the name of Deion Sanders. So he's not out there today, unfortunately. But, you know, just too much out there against this. You don't have to do that right here in the situation. You're already backed up this far deep. I understand the intent there. Just take what you can get. Every play is not going to be a home run hitter. Take what you can get and get down.
It'll be 2nd and long now for Alabama State. Fake the handoff. Davis over the middle, goes to Jefferson. Jefferson, defenseless receiver, and there's the flag. The ball was thrown over his head. Jefferson couldn't come up with it, got popped, and he immediately goes to the sideline. Hopefully just got the air knocked out of him as he goes to the sideline really, really quickly. But again, defenseless receiver rule, that'll be targeting on Prairie View, and they'll review it, but it should go down as a target, and that ball was over the head of Michael Jefferson.
Yeah, and it looks like from this point, the Prairie View defensive back just closed his eyes and just lowered the boom on Jefferson. So that's going to be close to targeting.
It is a targeting call, so they'll review every targeting call. But again, those of you watching were able to see it. Those of you not watching, Jefferson went to catch the ball. The ball was well over his head, reached out with his right hand, unable to make the catch. The safety from Prairie View just comes over and just knocks him in the chest.
It's like deja vu for me because I say it all the time. That play was legal during my time, not legal during this time. You got to allow the receiver or the offensive player the opportunity to come down and make a football move and protect themselves before you can strike them now. They're trying to clean the game up. You can't just take them out and deplete a guy anymore. Even on a missed pass, as the safety used to say back in the day, let them feel you. So, unfortunately.
Wow, that is the old school rule where there's no targeting on the play. But we'll go down to Rob Taylor quick on the sideline. Rob, you saw Mike Jefferson come off. What happened on that play?
Yeah, they tried to, I think, hurt my man Jefferson, but he's up. Well, they have him here on the sideline. The trainer is working with him right now just to make sure that he's okay. And he's sitting up, and the trainer is just talking to him. And we pray and hope that Mike is okay, and he'll be able to get back out there. But right now he's taking a seat here on the sideline, and they're taking a good look at him, not in a rush to get him back out there to make sure that he's okay.
We'll tell you, we'll step aside for this quick 30-second timeout. You listen to Alabama State football on Hornet Sports Network. Hey, Red. He's going to have to go to the numbers on all these timeouts. Red, you hear me? He's got to go to the numbers. He can't stand. He's going to have to go out to the numbers and get their attention. You can't be in the middle of the huddle. You've got to get away from the team. Welcome back to ASU Stadium. 3:45 to go in the opening quarter. Scoreless game. Alabama State set back at the 5-yard line after a busted play.
Actually, he said that was not targeting, but the personal foul should have stood.
Should have stood. That's what I'm wondering why we picked up the personal foul call, because it was definitely hit on a defenseless receiver.
And that's one of those they'll go back and review later. It'll be put in the book for next year. 4 receivers set for Alabama State. Davis back to pass, quarterback draw, design quarterback run across the 15. He gets stacked up at about the 16, and now here comes the offensive line and pushes him ahead to the 19.
Perfect play call that time. They caught Prairie, who spread out on defense with the spread call. Didn't have a spy on Davis. Davis saw the hole, opened up, had an escort. Thank you, appreciate it. I'll go ahead and take these 10 yards. So that was a good play call right there to set up at least some breathing room for the punt team.
Yeah, and I think that's what the coach was arguing about too. You know, there's no targeting, but there still was a personal foul on that play. So, yeah, you're right. That's something they got to go back and do and get that corrected. It cost us 15 yards.
Here's Anthony Craven back to punt. Craven gets a snap from Luke Barnes. Hand got in, didn't get a piece of it, but Craven's punt will hit at the 48 of Prairie View and bounce back to the 49 of Alabama State. And that's where Prairie View will take over 1st and 10 with 2:42 remaining here in this opening quarter. Scoreless game, 96th annual Turkey Day Classic that actually mark it back at the 50.
Such a tough job as a punter, any kicker. And, you know, you got guys coming at you at full speed, diving at your leg, and then you got to get a kickoff. And then you got to do what they call spin it, because if you don't spin it the right way, it'll do just what it did just there, and it's bounce back towards you instead of the opposite direction.
1st and 10 Prairie View from the 50. Here's Morton. He'll hand the ball off to Tucker. Nowhere to go. Bottled up again. Mario Thomas from Alabama State. 1 yard loss for Tucker, back to the 49. And guys, before the next play, before Prairie View runs this play, even while they do run the play, we want to send our condolences to the Lowndes County, not just the county, but the family of Big John Williams as the flag flies half-mast here. Moment of silence today as his life was tragically cut short this past week in Hayneville, so we want to remember him as the week goes on. Funeral will actually be Monday here in Montgomery. Morton goes across the middle, pass complete, tackle made by Josh Hill. And Michon, this is one of those things we've had, feels like we've had several losses this year. You've got Coach Markham, you've got a couple of players that have passed away. You've got Big John now that has ties to Alabama State that has passed away.
Yeah, you've also got well-known educator Tracy Ford, one of my fraternity brothers, graduate alumnus of ASU as well. Tough times, you don't. Sometimes you just don't understand why these things happen the way they happen. You just got to trust God if you believe in Him for everything you're understanding. Actually, Big John's nephew is my neighbor, Mr. Dwayne Ferrier. So thoughts and prayers go out to the Big John Williams family.
And I am from Lowndes County, so that's my homeboy.
Here we go, 3rd and 6 for Prairie View. Blitz comes, Lucky Oiwe gets there And again, Morton has to throw the pass long and over the head of his receiver. Brings up a 4th and 4 for Prairie View.
I jumped in my seat. That's how fast Oilway got back there on that. I thought he was going to make the sack, but he disrupted the play just enough to make an overthrow, forcing the punt. Hey, this defense, for everything's and all purposes, has held up to the occasion so far against this high-octane Prairie View offense.
Kobe Crabb back to receive the punt for Alabama State. 1:17 to play. Scoreless opening quarter. Not what we expected. This Turkey Day Classic, both of these teams have been off for 10 days. That snap was really, really low, and the kick goes off the side of the foot, but they'll get a good bounce for Prairie View. It'll bounce out to the 12-yard line where Alabama State will take over 1st and 10.
How about that kick, right? So we go back to the Alabama State punt, and it looks like Craven gets a good kickoff, but he takes a bad, unfortuitous bounce back to us. That time, it's the ugliest punt all season that I've seen from Prairie View, and gets a great bounce. So throw the technique and form out of the window.
But Michelle, you've been an offensive player for most of your career. It seems to me that when you're coming off an off week like the Hornets, it seems like the offense is a little bit off, and the defense is always a little bit higher than the offense.
Yeah, you definitely get out of rhythm a little bit because it's just so hard to practice game speed. And so they're trying to get the rhythm back here.
Davis, quick pass out to Merritt. Merritt came in motion. Try to catch Prairie View off guard with either the jet sweep fake or the pop pass. Instead, they go out to Merritt right side, but bottled up at the line of scrimmage, 2nd and 10.
I'm awfully surprised so far that ASU has not elected to run behind those two seniors on the left side of the offensive line. We shouted them out during the matchups early. Those guys, I'm telling you, when you're a senior, it's your last game, you're giving a lot more effort than you've ever given before.
4 receivers set for Alabama State. Michael Jefferson was in man covers. They rolled the safety over, but not to Jefferson. They show blitz. Merritt goes in motion. Davis back to pass. Nowhere to go. He's going to throw it up in the air right side. Wise move by Davis. He avoids the safety, avoids the sack, and sees Ezra Gray and just flings it as hard as he can out of bounds.
I do not know how he got that to the line of scrimmage. He had a guy barreling down on him in the end zone. That was a heck of a play that won't show up in the stat sheet tomorrow for a positive play, but that right there saved momentum in the football game.
I'm somewhat surprised that the Hornets are coming out passing more than they're running, due to the success of the first couple of drives. We ran the ball, and but after the fumble, we've been passing.
Yeah, and it does another thing. It keeps your defense off the field as well. We don't want to get them tired and gassed because, like, Prairie View has been all over the field. They spread you out. They're going in motions. They got all kind of stuff going. They're running deep routes. The quarterback fast, the running back fast. So, you want to control the game from an offensive standpoint and do what you can do. And that's run the football, like you said, JC, control the clock, get a couple first downs, move the sticks. Even if you have to punt, let's get a couple first downs.
We'll go down to Rob Taylor on the sideline. And, Rob, we see Michael Jefferson back out. Just got the hair knocked out of him probably.
Yeah, I think that was about all because the trainers didn't really do anything with him. They just let him, take a seat and catch his breath. And you can see he's back out there on the field and waiting to catch that football if KD can get it to him. But, things look good with Michael Jefferson.
A lot of family and friends here for these players today, celebrating Thanksgiving with them at the football stadium. They'll be going home, obviously, with their families to celebrate Thanksgiving here for the rest of the weekend. This is the final regular season game, final game of the 2019 season. Out of the timeout, here's Davis. Back to pass, looks right side, throws it out of bounds about 3 yards in front of Jahad Booker. So to bring up 4th down for Alabama State. And I don't know if it's that Prairie View rush getting to KD already or if the receivers or what's going on, but Davis just has to settle down as the first quarter is coming to a close.
Yeah, and that's another thing that the running game would do. The running game will allow you time to settle down and get your legs under you, get your timing down. But we're coming out here, we're slinging the ball all over the place, and like you said, we're getting our defense gassed because they're 3 and out, and they're back on the field.
KD just doesn't look comfortable so far today. He's trying to find which guy is going to be the hot guy today that he's going to be able to get a rhythm with. Hadn't found that guy yet. He's been all over the field throwing to different receivers, but hadn't found that one that he can trust.
Anthony Craven 2 yards deep in his end zone, gets the snap, and here's a flag. And Prairie View was coming after him on that play. It'll be a delay of game call on Alabama State. That'll back Craven up, and he'll probably have his heels on the back line of the end zone for Alabama State.
And you're absolutely right. Prairie View was actually going to come after that one, so it might be good that he actually took that penalty.
Barring any changes within 17 seconds, Kadarius Davis, 42% QBR rating so far. So that's telling you just how the struggles that we're having on offense up to this point in the ball game.
And we've been saying Morton the entire time. It's not Morton at quarterback. It's actually Conley for Prairie View, which has thrown us off for 2 possessions for the Panthers. This ball bounces at the 45. It'll roll dead there with 7 seconds as the clock gets down to 6. And Prairie View are in one final play before the end of the first quarter.
Both teams here sitting at 0-0. I don't think either one of us saw that, partner, coming into this. But like Prairie View, high-octane offense, ASU coming off high off of playing very well against Florida State. To come out here and see a defensive struggle. Is Tuskegee out there? with white jerseys on, I don't know. But they're definitely in a defensive struggle right now.
Conley at quarterback. Turns, goes right side, pass is caught. Bounces off the initial tackle and wrapped up by Natron Culpepper. A 2-yard gain. That'll be the end of the first quarter. Scoreless tie here from the 96th Annual Turkey Day Classic. You're listening to Alabama State football on Hornet Sports Network. Back after this timeout.
Find your purpose at Alabama State University. Choose from more than 60 degree programs, from undergraduate courses in computer technology, education, theater arts, business, and the sciences, to high-demand graduate degrees in physical therapy, social work, microbiology, and more. Our world-class faculty is ready to help you reach your goal. You'll also enjoy a vibrant campus life and Division I athletics. Come to our campus. Let us show you why it's always a great time to be a Hornet. For more information or to complete an application, visit us online at alasu.edu or 334-229-4291. Alabama State University. The time is now.
I was trying to get JC.
You said we're back?
With type 2 diabetes.
No,
you have
not
to
yet.
carefully monitor your health for the rest of your life. And you have an increased risk of developing cardiovascular disease.
3-minute timeout. 3-minute timeout here, Jay.
You've been diagnosed with
Take as long as you want. Yeah, 3 minutes. They're doing two check presentations, so take as long as you want.
Square in the face and say no, not me. You've been given a new opportunity to live. Get started and know diabetes by heart.
Introducing a breakthrough in time management technology. A whole new day of the week. It's called Someday. Ingenious. Perhaps someday you are going to go skydiving. Enter a hot dog eating contest. Maybe ride a mechanical bull. Now, it's on the calendar. You may want to retire someday. Ready for that? You'll really want this. A My Social Security account at socialsecurity.gov. You can estimate your future benefits, plan for your retirement, and how to save for it. If you already receive benefits, you can manage them online. Millions of people already have a My Social Security account. In fact, someone opens one about every 6 seconds. Get yours today, because someday is here at socialsecurity.gov.
Hi, I'm Jamal Ahmed. Join me Saturdays at 6 a.m. for the Soul of Jazz, where I'll be playing the best in contemporary soul and jazz, international rhythms, soulful dance music, and other genre-bending styles. Mixed with jazz, you hear touches of new urban sounds from Brazil, Africa, Asia, Europe, and your own backyard.
I was going to ask you about that, but we were hot the whole time. I had underlined. I was like, I think that's Conley, but
90.7 WVAS.
All right, Jay, we're ready.
Of excellence.
Hello, music lovers. This is
Jay, we're ready.
Each week, we dig into the world's greatest record library for 2 hours of the best of the big band era on In the Mood. And this week is no exception, with swing and spotlight features on bandleader and arranger Glenn Miller and singer and actress Doris Day. Join us for 2 of the swinginest hours on the air. In the Mood, Sunday afternoons at 3 on 90.7 FM WVAS, the sound of excellence.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, you're back.
Out of the timeout, Conley looks deep, has the pass caught, knocked out of the hands of the receiver by Josh Hill on the first play of the game, our first play of the quarter. Second play of the quarter, which just happened, Conley tried to hit his tight end, made the completion, but it brings up a 4th and 8. It's stopped at the line of scrimmage.
How about the senior on that first play? Darren Johnson, the linebacker out of Memphis, Tennessee, was stride for stride with that receiver on that breakup as well. Had Hill not broken up, he would have broken up. That's just how fast he was running down the field. Great job. Great hustle.
Punt formation from Prairie View. Alabama State keeps their defensive team out there, and the punt is into the end zone. The only change they made was Kobe Crabb that came in. But during that timeout, a bunch of presentations going on for the university and for the athletic department from ISTAP and the National Alumni Association. This is the time of year where folks get to come back to Montgomery and get to come back. They see their family. They get to hang out for Thanksgiving, for Turkey Day. And, guys, we made sure we had a good spread up here for everybody that's here today working this event.
I came upstairs. I thought I was at Mama's house. I see the turkey leg, the ham, the macaroni and cheese, greens. I said, man.
Hey, you forgot about I threw some yams, and I threw the yams in there for you now, too.
Yeah, the yams were out there. The peach cobbler. We appreciate your partner for taking care of us.
Well, that's one thing I can say about Alabama State. We always do things first class. You go to all the different schools, and Alabama State always do things first class, all the way down to the Thanksgiving dinner.
Alabama State back offensively. They will get motion, a false start. Not sure who it was. It may have actually been on Ja'Cory Merritt, the running back for Alabama State. And offensively, you can see the rust of 10 days now in these Hornets. They came out hard against Florida State offensively, but you've been off for 10 days. You've practiced. You've had time off. You practice again. You've had more time off to study, get ready for your finals, which are upcoming. But this is one of those things where you can see that rust has just got to be shaken off a little bit.
Looking at me, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
For the first quarter, looking at me, if you're just tuning in and wondering why are both teams at 0-0 in the second quarter, I'll tell you, only 2 first downs for Alabama State in that first half, 0 passing yards. That's not going to get it done. And then on Prairie View side, they were 2 for 5 on third down and 0 for 2 on fourth.
Blitz comes. Davis just acts like a guy at shortstop who fields the ground ball. As soon as he gets the snap, the blitz was coming so fast, just slung it over the middle to Jihad Booker, who runs for about 10 yards and picks up a first down.
Good for 15 yards.
Maybe that's a sign of something good to come.
We hope so. That is already half of the first downs that they had in the first quarter.
Here's Davis. He'll hand it off. This is Merritt in the backfield. He'll get a short gain, maybe a yard. And we know Jihad Booker's family is here. They're sitting down in that back end zone. If you're familiar with ASU Stadium, opposite side of the scoreboard, the only reason I know is because 2 plays in the game, he turned around and waved and was blowing kisses after the first play from scrimmage. So there's his family. We know Michael Jefferson's family's here as well. Got a chance to speak to his dad. If you haven't had a chance to read the story from Andre Turan of the Montgomery Advertiser, make sure you get on and read the story of Michael Jefferson, Darius Keene, and Donald Hill-Ely. Great pieces thrown together by the Montgomery Advertiser. Here's Merritt up the middle. He'll be stopped at the 36 after about a 5-yard gain. He'll bring up third and about 4.
When we get a chance to go back to Rob Taylor, we need to see is Ezra Gray all right? Because, Ezra Gray really hadn't been in the game since the fumble. And Jihad Merritt is getting most of the carries.
It's just one of those, probably one of those situations, because I didn't see him bothered by anything, but one of those situations where coach just wants you to settle down, watch a couple plays, couple series, get back into the game and get back focused.
3rd and 4 for Alabama State. Here's Davis, shotgun, gets the snap. Back to pass, goes to Allen again. Allen tries to turns in instead of out. 2-yard gain and brings up 4th down for Alabama State.
That's one of those situations where the seniors got to know where the sticks are. You've got to run your route to the sticks. I don't need a 3-yard out. You need to take that 1-yard pass. If it's 3rd and 5, you need to climb up to 6, as coach used to say, and then climb back down to 5 so that you can catch the ball right at the sticks. Surprised by the senior not getting the first down there, running the short out route.
4th down for the Hornets. Anthony Craven out for the 3rd time today.
It's pretty busy.
And this is not the name you want to be calling if you're Alabama State here early. Rugby-style punt. Craven has to run with it because he almost got it blocked running right into the defender. And how about this kick from Anthony Craven? A near block And Anthony Craven pins Prairie View back inside the 2-yard line. Rashawn, what do you make about that as there's a flag down on the other side? He may have been across the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I don't think he was across the line of scrimmage, but, they may have released a little too soon.
There is no foul on the play. But how about that kick, though, from Craven? Craven almost had it blocked. The rugby-style punt didn't see the guy until the last minute because he ran right to him, and then able to get the kickoff after running for 4 yards.
And probably could have ran for a first down.
Yeah, that's a heck of an athletic play by the punter just to get around that rush, like you said, and then get off the kick with a guy bearing down on his leg at the same time. And then the fortuitous bounce finally bouncing Alabama State's way, getting all the way down to the Prairie View 2-yard line. And so now the field, for the first time, guys, has been flipped, and ASU has the field advantage.
We got a timeout on the field. We'll take it with them. Scoreless tie, 11:39 remaining opening half. You're listening to Alabama State football on the Hornet Sports Network.
Mel Marshall's Blues. Now here's a blues show for you. It'll take you back, way back, what Mama and Daddy used to listen to. Quotes from Miss T, special guests, dental tips from Dr. Daniels, what colors to wear to the club tonight. And of course, we're gonna get our funny on. Mel Marshall's Blues every Friday night from 9 to 10 and Saturday mornings from 3 to 4. Mel Marshall's Blues. Now that's blues you can use.
If there was ever a time to live united, it is now. Now is the time to speak with one voice, to build up, not tear down. It's time to join hands and live united against the problems that keep our communities from thriving. United Way fights for the health, education, and financial stability of every person in every community. Will you? Volunteer or donate now at unitedway.org.
3, 2, 1, you're back.
Welcome back to ASU Stadium. Travis Jerome, Sean Sanders, J.C. Coleman, Rob Taylor alongside with you. And first play from scrimmage from Prairie View is a pickup of about 1. They'll give him 2. It'll be 2nd and 8 for Conley as he rips it out of the belly of DeWanna Tucker. Conley, the backup quarterback for Prairie View, got the start today as the backup kicker for the Panthers, which is why Alabama State's been able to key on DeWanna Tucker. And just like that, and guess who it is again? Mario Thomas with another stop of DeWanna Tucker.
Super Mario. I like it, young man. Getting back there, letting the crowd see. In the end zone with a nice little dance after that tackle. Setting up money down right here. Finally, we're seeing that these Prairie View Panthers playing behind the sticks instead of in front of the sticks. 3rd and long inside your end zone. Anything can happen here. Let's see if we can force a turnover, partner.
Got to get off the field right here. Got it. Money down.
Third and 9 for Prairie View from the 3. Conley back to pass, goes over the middle pass. Looked like it was going to be caught. It was in the hands of his tight end, Jose Medrano. But the big freshman in that defensive backfield, Urshad Davis, with a big play.
I just love the way Urshad plays. He's like a man amongst boys, but he's the young freshman. But he plays like he's been out there for 4 years. He's been doing that all year. I'm not surprised he made that play.
He's had a chance to learn from big brother Carlton Davis, who played at Auburn and plays for the Tampa Bay Bucks. So Urshad has somebody to learn this game from and has been able to do it. And it brings up a 4th down, and we saw a bad punt a while ago from Prairie View. Heels on the end line. Alabama State comes after it. They almost got to it. Ball will bounce at the 35 of Prairie View, out of bounds at the 37. And just like that, Alabama State has great field position to start.
Now's the time for us to take advantage of this short field. You know, it's our first time since the first drive where we actually crossed the 50-yard line. So right now, hopefully we can go put some points on the board and just stop this stalemate.
We'll go down to Rob Taylor on the sideline, make sure he hadn't snuck out to the tailgate spot to go get him some turkey.
No, I'm still here, guys. We were a little concerned about Michael Jefferson. At one point he had taken off his equipment. He was just walking around with nothing on. And we thought he was not going to be able to get back in the game, but obviously he's back. And, of course, looking for Davis to throw him that football. But I didn't expect to see him back into the second half, but he pulled himself together, and he's back out on the field when the offense is out there.
Ja'Cory Merritt, first down carry for Alabama State, gets about 3. Brings up 2nd and 7. Here's Davis. Back to pass, looks right, nowhere to go. He steps up in the pocket, makes the first man miss. Now it's a foot race. Davis to the 25 and gets tripped up there at the 24, but picks up a first down.
Davis took exactly what the defense gave him that time and made him pay. The middle of the football field wide open for him on that pass drop back, and he just took what the defense had for him. Made a move on the linebacker and got up for ASU first down, and finally some excitement, partner, here on offense.
Yeah, I think that's going to be open all day because these guys are committed to stopping the pass.
First down, Alabama State. Merritt got the handoff. Late flag comes in after Merritt had got his cut. There were actually 2. It'll be on the interior line as the umpire and the line judge both made the call.
Drive killers, that's what those are. Drive killers. Got to get everybody set at the quarterback position. That's part of your job as the leader on the offense. Get everybody situated. I know you're excited. You were itching to get the ball snapped, but if you don't get everybody set and lined up right, everything else doesn't matter.
Here's Alabama State 1st and 15 from the 29. 3 receiver set. Jefferson man-on-man on the top side of the field. Instead pass goes to Farmer. Farmer breaks the first tackle at the 25. Continues to pull defenders inside the 20. Down to the 18-yard line. It'll be a second down for Alabama State, but not before a big 7-8-yard pickup for Talesian Farmer.
Haven't called that name in a while there. Talesian Farmer, good to see the young man getting his name in the paper right there, and more importantly, set up a second and short opportunity for the Hornets.
Watch this man-to-man with Jefferson.
Here's Farmer in motion. Knight also goes in motion. Merritt gets the handoff, goes up the middle, makes the first man miss, drives his feet. He'll be about 1.5 yards short of the first down to bring up third down.
And that's what you call finishing the run, always falling forward and keep those legs moving. Looked like he was stopped in the backfield for a short game, but he actually got something out of it.
Now on ASU side, you know what I like to tell them, don't lose 3 trying to get 7. You're well within Hunter Hanson's field goal range. He can kick the football from here. Don't lose 3 trying to get 7, meaning don't make any mistakes here. Don't have to force it.
Alabama State's going to let the play clock run down as they look to the sideline now with 3 to play on the play clock. Davis gets the snap, fakes the handoff to Merritt, goes over the middle to Booker. Pass was too high. Booker, it was behind Booker. And it brings up 4th down now for the Hornets, and they'll kick the field goal.
And the defensive back did get there a little early. However, like you said, partner, it was behind him. And the referee's not going to lean towards giving an offensive call right there if the play doesn't look like it was impeded by the defender. And so when the ball's behind you, hey, it's a judgment call. That time we didn't get the call. But Hunter Hanson's on this field. He's well within his range right here, like we said. He can hit it from here.
33-yard field goal attempt for Hanson out of the hold of Anthony Craven. Snap of Luke Barnes just inside the right hash mark. Snap, hole, kick is up, and the kick is good, and Alabama State on the board first. 3-0 over Prairie View A&M with 7:40 to play here in the opening half. And, guys, this is what Thanksgiving and Turkey Day is all about. When you look around the stadium and you look at the families that are here and you look to your left where the scoreboard is to see how much time is left, and you look at the berm, you got families out on their blankets, you got kids down there playing tackle football down the hill. That's what Thanksgiving is all about. It's not just about coming and watching the game. It's about the camaraderie, the family, the alumni gathering back.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It's about seeing old friends that you made years ago, and they actually come back here for homecoming. But I want to say something about Hunter Hanson. It's good to see Hunter Hanson with that kick after the bad game that he had against Florida State. So it's great for that young man to come back here in his first attempt down the middle.
The great ones always found a way to bounce back. Good for him.
And you always see and you always hear people talk about how kickers are strange birds. They stick together. I had an opportunity after that Florida State game to be down on the field, and Hanson and the kicker from Florida State made sure they met at midfield. He leaned in, made sure he patted Hunter on the head and on the backside, told him to keep his head up, keep driving, keep working. So that's big coming from a guy that's kicking at Florida State to be able to tell you, as an opposing kicker, to make sure you keep working hard. And speaking of Hunter Hanson, here's his kickoff. And again, another pooch kick. This one will be fielded at the 18. This is a big defensive lineman that fields it. And he's popped initially. Let's see who that is that got him on the initial hit. Can't tell yet, but he's down and he's grabbing his knee. That's not a good sign. That big fella got crunched.
Well, he was out of his element. He should have actually fair caught the ball.
Yeah, that's on coaching there. Hope the young man is all right, but that's exactly what they tell those guys to do. Fair catch the ball because they're not used to running with the football like that. It's just different. The speed is different at this level. So hopefully he's all right, but ASU did their job on that. Stayed in their lane.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't do that early in the game, so they stayed in their lane there and made the tackle.
Timeout on the field due to injury. We'll take it with them. You're listening to Alabama State football on the Hornet Sports Network. 3-0 Alabama State leads back after this timeout.
Looking to further your education? Take a look at the Harold Lloyd Murphy Graduate School here at Alabama State University. ASU graduate programs are designed to prepare students to be a part of a vanguard of professionals through the 21st century. There are several graduate programs to choose from: doctoral programs, educational specialist programs, Master of Science programs, Master of Education programs, Master of Arts, Master of Rehabilitation Counseling, Master of Accountancy, and Master of Social Work. For more information about ASU's graduate school, 334-229-4275 or visit alasu.edu/graduate school. Alabama State University. The time is now. Broadcasting from the campus of Alabama State University, this is FM 90.7 WVAS-HD, Montgomery, Alabama.
3, 2, 1, you're back.
Welcome back to ASU Stadium. The big fella being helped off the field, we told you. And JC alluded to it, a little bit out of his element. That's Jason Dumas, the starting defensive tackle from Prairie View. Hate to see that, especially at the end of the year, because now that's a long time to rehab if it is a serious injury. He got his leg caught underneath him, took a big hit from Jaden Woods, one of those guys, young fellows that got to dress late from Addison, Alabama.
Well, it's a good thing he didn't fumble that ball that time, because that was a very dangerous move. And hopefully the young kid is not injured too bad, but you know, he is a sophomore, so he has a couple of years left to play, so we go wish him all the best.
Here's Prairie View coming out again for another possession, and again, Conley will be at quarterback. He'll have Tucker to his left side. Goes over the middle. Pass dropped right in front of Eric Phelps. And that's Scott incomplete on that attempt.
ASU coming again with the corner blitz. Keenan Isaac blitzing from his cornerback position, field corner position, disrupting that play right there on the post route, setting up 2nd and long.
2nd and 10. And this is Conley. He's off to the races down the middle of the field. Cuts back left. He's at the 40 to the 30, and he'll run out of bounds. And Conley just broke that one for Prairie View, and that may be his best offense. He's struggling a little bit in the passing game. It breaks off a long run on that play.
How would you like to be Andrew Ogletree on that play? He was caught in no man's land. It was just him and Conley. Conley made the best of him and went 40 yards down the field after that. Man, that's a tough play for the defensive lineman to make.
And he turned Keenan Isaac in circles, and Isaac able to run him out of bounds. Here's Tucker, makes the first man miss. But Darren Johnson with a big tackle from Tucker from behind the line of scrimmage. And one of JC's frat brothers is, you know, you can tell him anywhere. Johnson gets up and celebrates, and JC celebrates right alongside with him.
I don't know who was barking louder, him or JC up here.
It's just natural, just natural instinct. You know?
2nd and 14. And, guys, this is something I was alluding to with a backup quarterback in now. They're able to key on DeWanna Tucker a little bit, which is why he hasn't been able to get off yet. Here's Conley. Again, Conley spins. This time Ogletree dives at his feet and makes the tackle.
He said, not twice. Fool me once, but not twice.
And helped him up and patted him on the
That's
head.
right. That's what he told him. I'm telling you, that's what he told him.
Not this time.
Not this time, buddy.
So that brings up 3rd and 12. Again, if you're just joining us, happy Thanksgiving from ASU Stadium. Travis Jerome, Sean Sanders, J.C. Coleman, Rob Taylor alongside with you. Mel Marshall up here in the booth with us. Jay Holsey back in the studio. Haven't been able to say that in a while. Been the first home game since October 5th. We'll talk more about the 2020 schedule that got released tomorrow at some point in the second half. Or it got released yesterday, not tomorrow. Conley right side, sideline. Natron Culpepper with the interception at the 1. Now he turns and he takes off running at the 20, 25. He'll be tackled there, but great play from Natron Culpepper, able to get in and take it away from the receiver.
Yeah, that play there will get you playing on Sundays. You know, a few more of those get you playing on Sundays.
I'm just impressed with Culpepper. All season, he's just played with that swagger. He's got the swagger of a defensive back. Running stride for stride. He came in from his zone position, broke on that play like a wide receiver, high pointed the football, and then went back 20 yards the other way.
Culpepper initially got beat on the play and was able to track back a little bit watching the replay. And he was man-on-man coverage out there on the outside. He had no help. So it was either the interception or touchdown, and Culpepper came away with it and sets up Alabama State. 1st and 10 from the 26. Another drive killer
Jihad
for
Booker
the Hornets.
time. Jihad Booker time.
Here's Davis. Shotgun. They got the screen set up to Gray. Gray breaks. Can't get away from the last defender. He got hit at the 35, started stumbling. If he gets away from the last man, then he's able and he's off to the races. Davis got hit on that, gets up a little slow, and he's back there with the official. So we'll see what happens. They had Jet Even ready to go on the sideline to Richard Moncrief and Joe Blackwell, but Davis able to get up and get back to the line of scrimmage. DeAndre Brown, his senior right tackle, comes over, fixes his uniform for him, and gets him set up again.
The only problem is he's getting back to the line of scrimmage with 10 seconds left on the play clock, so they better hurry up. They're going to get this off.
Davis changes the play at the line. Here's the snap. He'll hand it to Gray. Gray goes left side. Face mask, no flag. And there it comes in late. The back judge saw it just like we saw it. Gray's helmet was completely turned sideways on the face mask.
Yeah. I don't know how everybody else missed it, but maybe the back judge had the same view we have from way up here in the press box. But I'm glad they called it because, man, that looked painful the way his head snapped.
And I did it with no binoculars that time, as far as high as we are able to see his head go around.
Wow. I'm just amazed that these guys, the closer ones, the guys closer to it, missed it.
Well, and to defend them just a little bit, the guy that's on that Prairie View sideline, the side judge, he had about 4 guys that are about 260, 270 in front of him, so I don't know if he was able to see it. But the back judge showed some good distance on that flag. He threw it about 25 yards. That's a pretty good throw with a flag.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Good eyes.
1st and 10, Alabama State from the Prairie View 43-yard line. Here's Davis, takes the snap, drops back to pass, gets hit again, lets the ball go, and he throws it to the middle of the field. A lot of it is because he got hit. Davis is hurt as Leeward Brown tries to help him up. Davis got popped on that play, folks. That's twice in 3 plays that Davis has taken a hit. This time he gets up a lot slower, and Michon, he threw that ball because he was getting hit. He had to get rid of it, just threw it up. Couldn't get enough on it to get it to the sideline to Booker. Pass intercepted and return to the 21.
Yeah, that's one of the plays, though, when you're trying to do too much within the confines of the game. You got to know situations at quarterback as well. It's 1st and 10. I know they're bearing down on you. You want to make a play. But if you get sacked right there, it's maybe 2nd and 15. But you live to see another day. Instead of throwing it downfield, some people at home may say, well, it's like a long punt. Well, I don't want a long punt on 1st down. Maybe on 3rd down, but I don't want a long punt on 1st down. So I look for the young man to start understanding situations in the game and where you are within the confines of it.
We'll go down to Rob Taylor after this play as Prairie View sets up 1st and 10 from the 21. Here's the handoff to DeWanna Tucker. He runs right into the behemoth Christian Clark at the line of scrimmage. We'll go down to Rob real quick after a 5-yard pickup. Rob, you saw KD get up slow a couple of times, came to the sideline. Trainers immediately went to him.
Yeah, KD was injured the last home game we played here. He was injured, and so today it looked like he's going to be okay, but we hope that he's not suffering a serious injury of any sort. That's two key players there. So the trainer is looking at KD right now. They looked at Michael Jefferson earlier, and so they're working with Kadarius right now, and hopefully he can get back out there and get himself together, get back on track.
Conley on the quarterback keeper to the left side, stumbles after he gets hit. If he doesn't stumble, he may break that long run off again. Brings up 3rd and 2 now for Prairie View. And, Sean, this is your favorite down of the game.
Money down defense right here. You get off the field. I don't know if Davis will be ready to get back this fast, but we get the ball back in our hands and we get off right here.
Conley fakes the handoff and gets a first down as Clark tried to ride him down, but couldn't grab a hold of him as quickly as he liked. Gets 4, only needed 2.
That right there was Lamar Jackson-esque. Conley is just very elusive. I mean, we had 3 Hornets deep in the backfield barreling down on him. Christian Clark had him dead to rights, and he put a juke move on him and was able to get 4 yards on something that should have been a loss of 8.
Here's Conley. He'll turn and he'll hand it off up the middle. This is the backup running back for Prairie View A&M. Actually, he's not even the backup running back. He's not listed on the depth chart. For the Panthers, another guy that we weren't expecting to call a lot of, and that's Caleb Broach. The first down. Here goes Prairie View quickly again. Conley over the middle. Pass complete. Natron Culpepper rides the receiver down, and that's Tristan Wallace. And another first down. Here goes Prairie View again.
They're just moving so fast on offense. We just have not been able to. And here's the timeout right on cue that we just cannot get set up out there.
And that's one of those situations when you're Alabama State's defense and you're trying to get things settled down, and Prairie View gets a first down. They're already at the line of scrimmage before the officials get set. And you hear all the time about you want to go fast. You want to go fast. You hear from Auburn. You hear from Oregon. You hear from some FCS schools. Oregon set the pace going every 6 seconds. This Prairie View team right now is trying to get at the ball at 3.5, 4 seconds and snap it.
Well, and all of that is being set up by this quarterback, his ability to run the ball. So he's opening up this offense now because you got to be leery of him running the ball, and that's how the backup running back is coming in now, and he's been effective. And, of course, that's opening up that passing lane.
You can't pin your ears back. Simple as that. When you're on defensive line, you've got to hold your areas, hold your gap to keep containment because he's so elusive. And then even when we've seen him hold the gap, he puts a move on him and goes for 50 yards. So this guy Conley is very impressive so far in this ball game.
1st and 10, Prairie View from the 33-yard line of Alabama State. Hornets lead 3-0. And they'll get the ball coming out at the beginning of the second half. Here's Conley, the backup quarterback. Looks left, gets Devin Booker off his feet. Booker gets help, though, from Joseph Jones and Nick Terry, able to get back to the line of scrimmage. Guys, this is a big week for Alabama State athletics. We'll talk about what happened last week, but this is a big week. A lot of things going on. A lot of broadcasts to be carried online starting tomorrow. The men go down to the Emerald Coast Classic to play Chattanooga at 1:30. They'll play again on Saturday, either at 10 or 12, and then they'll play. The women will play at home here at 3 o'clock on Sunday. So a lot of activities for a lot of folks to be able to get to. Here's Tucker on the fake from Conley. Conley goes left. Is wrapped up by Josh Hill after a 9-yard gain. Brings up 3rd and 1.
And, Prairie View is trying to trying to take advantage because we are keying on their little running back, number 1, Tucker, and they actually using him more as a decoy now. And that's why this quarterback is getting all these yards on the ground.
We've got to get some help to these defensive ends, too, because that read that they're having to read is leaving them on an island. And it's him against Conley, and we're not going to win that.
Conley, Natron Culpepper almost had his second interception of the game. Jumped to block the pass and dropped it. He had it in his hands. If he catches that,
6 points.
It's 6 points, and you're looking at 9-0 with the extra point pending. Here it is, 4th and 1. They're going to line up quickly to try to get this 4th down conversion, and now they'll call a timeout as they get set. But again, Natron Culpepper, a big play. And again, this is one of those situations. Alabama State has come up big defensively. So Prairie View, you got your backup kicker. He shanked a field goal, missed it badly to the left. He's had a couple of bad punts. So now you're putting your offense in a situation to where you've got to go for it no matter where you're at.
Yeah, and then and you put us in a situation where our defense has got to stop right here. We got the hole right here, and because our offense is struggling and sputtering right now. But if we can turn this ball over right here with 1:35 seconds and go into this halftime without giving up any points, I think we're in good shape.
Does anybody up here think or don't think that 14 isn't going to get the ball in his hands some kind of way on this 4th down play? So. Great opportunity right here for our defense to hold. I'm on pins and needles because we've seen Mr. Houdini, a la Conley for Prairie View, do some amazing things from his quarterback position so far.
11 carries, 94 yards from the backup quarterback. Not expected to start today. We didn't expect him to start. Matter of fact, we went the whole first possession calling Jalen Morton's name. 4th and 1. Prairie View, 3 receiver set, Tucker and Conley in the backfield. Conley turns, hands to Tucker. Tucker will get the first down, maybe by an inch or two. Let's see where they spot it.
It's going to be close.
They put it right at the 23. He had to get to the 23 for a first down. They'll mark it 1st and 10 for Prairie View with 1:29 to play. And again, Tucker, all of 5'5", had to use that entire frame to get that first down.
He did. That was more want to over can't do for him. He was able to do what big players do, and that's make plays. He made a play, unfortunately, for them and unfortunate for us.
1:10, 1st and 10 for Prairie View. Conley pulls it from Tucker, RPO out to the right side. Luckily, that ball was thrown so hard to the sideline that it forces a receiver to catch it and fall out of bounds. It'll be 2nd and about 6, or 2nd and 4 after the 6-yard pickup.
Already a change, though, I've seen in scheme from Coach Pearson. Right there, electing to go to Ershard Davis in a spy technique against Conley. Enough fed up of him making our defensive ends look bad. That time we put a defensive back on Conley and forced the run-pass option, the pass there, setting up 2nd down.
Make sure you stick with us. Rob Taylor have Coach Ely going into the locker room as there's movement on both sides and both lines point to each other. Christian Clark and Andrew Ogletree got into the backfield, and it was on Prairie View, which drew them off. Probably a snap infraction, but here's something else, Michon, that if you notice, when Prairie View is going fast and then they start to sub, you get that opportunity to sub. So what does Alabama State sub? They sub one of the big guys up front that it takes a while to get them on and off, so that gives them time to catch their breath defensively.
Mm-hmm. Yep, a little bit of gamesmanship inside the game.
The game in the game.
The game in the game.
61 seconds to go, and here's another little gamesmanship by Travis Pearson. He calls a timeout before they even got to the line, so you can say it's something he didn't like. But we'll go down to Rob Taylor as Rob gets ready to talk to Coach Ely going into the locker room at halftime. And Rob, this is not what we expected anybody with these two offenses that can put points on the board.
Yeah, we expected to see a whole lot of points by now, and to see the score, Alabama State 3, Prairie View 0, as we head into the half. I never would have thought this would be the case. I thought it would be a whole lot more points, of course, with ASU leading. Also, our quarterback, Kadarius KD, they wrapped his left hand with some tape, and I expect him to get back in there, but we also saw J.C. Coleman's favorite quarterback, Jet. Jet, he was up here on the sideline. He was throwing the football, so I'm not sure if that meant, hey, Jet will be starting the second half, or we'll see KD back out there to start the second half with that hand wrap, guys.
Well, the good news is that's not his throwing hand. If it's his left hand that's wrapped, he's a right-handed quarterback, so I feel better about that.
Rob Taylor getting ready for special teams unit down there, standing in the 7th spot at the 50-yard line as Conley goes back to pass. Flush from the pocket, maybe a little hold on Mario Thomas, but because he got flushed, his receiver is tight end, able to get free and gets tackled out of bounds, but got flushed. But when he got flushed, everybody went the same direction.
Yeah, it's never a good sign when the QB can break contain and just get a lot of green grass in front of him and be able to survey the field like that. That time he was able to pick us apart and set up a 1st and goal now. Clock ticking here at 50 seconds, but again, the field shortens down, so not an easy one right so far.
Here's a handoff to Tucker. Tucker again bottled up and will be tackled inside the 5 to about the 3.5, maybe 4. Prairie View with one timeout remaining can stop the clock, but it continues to run at 35.
We need to put a spy on the quarterback now because I don't think he will hand this ball, pass this ball, or anything right now. He's going to run it.
Conley pulls it into the end zone, wide open touchdown. Tristan Wallace got behind the defender, Natron Culpepper, able to get it in for the touchdown, and Prairie View takes a 6-3 lead with just 22 seconds remaining here in the opening half. And, guys, this is one of those things for Alabama State. Yeah, you give up points late, but you get the ball coming out to start the second half. So you can make some adjustments now that you've seen some things.
That was right there where Joshua, two things there. Joshua Hill from the safety position saw something that got his attention at the tight end spot. And then Natron Culpepper, Cardinal saying, let the offensive player cross his face.
Kick is up, and the extra point is good. Not sure what happened, but he just took half. It's like he took one step and kicked it. So I'm not real sure how comfortable Draybone is back there kicking on extra points and field goals. He missed the field goal badly his first attempt, and this one, the extra point, it was just like I just want to get it up and get the kick off my foot. But again, you're seeing a lot of backups play now for Prairie View. You're going to see some for Alabama State. This is one of those you want to win, but you also want to see some guys and get some guys some opportunities. You got that 4-game window for a redshirt rule, and this guy for Prairie View is a redshirt freshman at quarterback, whereas Morton was a senior. So Morton may be injured. We don't know. We weren't given any information before the game, but you're getting a redshirt freshman able to get in and use that window. He's already been redshirted once, but if it's a medical or if it's just one of those sitting out, he has another opportunity.
Right, and that like you said, it's very important that you get these guys an opportunity if they're going to be playing next year. You got something to build on, and that's why it's important for both teams, Alabama State and Prairie View, that we finish strong because you're building on the program and you got to see what you got to work with for next year.
Say it all the time, partner. You can't simulate game speed in practice, so you definitely want to get your younger players in the ball game early and often if you can.
Rayburn with a kick, he'll pooch it. And two players run into each other. That's Jimmy Farrell and Daniel Troutman hit each other, and because of it, Prairie View able to come up with the football at the Alabama State 35. So here we go. We were talking about it wasn't that bad of a deal for Prairie View to score, but now they're in another opportunity for the Panthers.
That's going to drive Coach crazy right there.
Yeah, and that was just miscommunication, and because the initial guy actually called for the fair catch, and number 17 just like backed into him. But there again, new guys on the field, new guys playing, guys not used to being on the field, and then you get a mistake like that.
Got to be aware. Got to be aware, young man.
No safeties over the top for Alabama State as they send a receiver motion to Prairie View. 1st and 10 from the 35. Here's the pass attempt from Conley. Blitz was coming. He gets away from Nick Terry, and he's off and running. Forced out of bounds by Devin Booker. He'll be forced out at the 20 with 13 seconds to play. And again, Prairie View still with that one timeout picks up a first down.
My, oh, my, he's fast. Nicholas Terry had him dead to rights. Came in a little bit out of control, but still, in enough control where he should have been able to make that tackle in the backfield. Instead, Conley takes it up, threatening now deep into Alabama State's territory.
13 seconds left on the clock. 1st and 10 from the 20. You can bet Prairie View is going to go to the end zone with their kicking problems right now. And again, Alabama State shows blitz. Again, it comes from the right side. Nicholas Terry, pass is caught, tackle is missed. And how about Prairie View? Another touchdown with 7 seconds to play here in the half.
So if you tuned into this game in the next 5 minutes and you see the score, it's going to be either 13 or 14-3. You would think that Prairie View was just all over Alabama State, and that's just not the case. 2 quick mistakes in this football game, as close as it was, has opened it wide open for the Prairie View Panthers.
And I hate to be critical, but one bonehead play.
Here's the extra point by Draymond. Snap, the hold, the kick. The kick is up. He looked a little more confident this time. 14-3, Prairie View leads now with 7 seconds remaining. And, Michon, to your point, this is one of those things where Alabama State and Prairie View were just head-to-head for about, 29 minutes and 30 seconds, and all of a sudden in the last 45 seconds or so, Prairie View has been able to find a hole defensively. Then you have the kickoff return, the botched return, botched fair catch, and then they were able to score. a lot of that is attributed to these defensive guys, their speed along with Conley's speed. When you've got guys that are fast and you're blitzing and you don't break down, it allows Conley to be able to get out 109 yards for the quarterback running the football.
Yeah, and so, instead of going in and asking coach, hey, what can we do on offense? We only got 42 yards in passing so far in the game to get a spark, maybe to Jefferson or one of the guys over the top. Now, we're going to be talking about a guy that did not pay attention on a fair catch on a kickoff return. Like JC said, a bonehead play, just not being aware of where you are on the football field and what's going on around you. And so now that's the difference in the game.
This time he kicks it a little deeper. It'll be fielded by Dante Norris, full speed at the 20, makes the catch, runs out to the 35. He'll be stopped there, and they'll let the final second tick off. There was 1 second on the clock when the whistle blew, and then now you look up and it's all zeros. We'll go down to Rob Taylor right now, so he'll get Coach Ely going into the locker room.
All right, guys, we're going to wait for Coach to make his way down. You can still hear the enthusiasm and the guys not holding their heads down. They got their heads held high, even though they're down. Coach Ely, it's got to be a bit frustrating for you to see what happened just before the half.
Unbelievable. I mean, we covered it right before he went out there on the field, and then he does exactly what you tell him not to do. So, again, another freshman mistake that we got to bounce back and recover from.
Coach, what do you say to the team when you go into the half here? Give us some idea.
Come out and play for your fans for a half. Defense has been playing there. We need to get the other phases caught up.
All right, Coach. Coach Donahill, Ely. So you guys got to get it together in the second half. If nothing else, play for your fans here today, guys.
Well, that's Rob with Coach Ely, and guys, this, you go in, you're thinking you're going to go in 3-0. Then all of a sudden you think you're going to go in 7-3, and then you have the one bad play. But all in all, you still got a whole half to play, and Alabama State can make adjustments here in the second half.
Yeah, they can make adjustments in the second half, but I would not want to be on the end of Coach's speech at this halftime. You can hear it in his voice. Like he said, we just went over that, and you go out and do just what we told you not to. So it's going to be up to the players to decide whether they want to come out here and play the second half or whether they're going to lay down and roll over.
And for me, it's more of I'm looking at Davis from the quarterback position. It's not so much of throwing the ball down the field. It's more of are you playing within the confines of the game, understanding sticks, down situations so that you can put your offense in the best position to make the best play. That's what I haven't seen so far in this football game yet from Davis, is making sure that his offense is in the best position to make the best play.
Guys, 14-3, Alabama State trails Prairie A&M at the half 96th Annual Turkey Day Classic here in Montgomery, Alabama at ASU Stadium. We'll be back for the start of the second half. In about 15 minutes, we'll throw it over to Jay Holsey back in studio control back for the second half.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. We would like to thank the different of all the alumni.
Happy Thanksgiving and happy Throwback Thursday. I want to acknowledge the resilience of our ancestors this holiday as we celebrate with soul food. The food we eat around the holidays is the result of a historical struggle stemming from slavery, when we were only given off cuts of meat, and after slavery, when we often had to grow and forage our own fruits and vegetables, making do with what we had. We persevered with a lack of resources, and now enjoy foods like chow chow, neck bones, collard greens, black-eyed peas, pork rinds, chitlins, sweet potatoes, and the like. We shouldn't eat these fried foods too often, but it's okay to enjoy everything in moderation. This holiday, give thanks for the tradition, love, and resilience around you. This is Erica Monet Brand for Black Hell
I joined because I wanted to contribute to something bigger than myself. On my first patrol, my adrenaline was pumping.
I knew it would be tough, but I was ready for the challenge.
Always on high alert. After a while, it takes a toll. I was counting the days till I came home to my family. Finally, the day arrived.
It was good to be home, at first. But then I realized things were different. I was different.
I had trouble focusing and relating to things the way I used to. Then a buddy noticed something was right. He said he'd been there, that there are resources out there for veterans. I decided to reach out. I found resources that helped connect with other veterans who have similar experiences.
Once I started making
a long-term care.gov means you actually acknowledge that one day you will be, dare we say it,
Do you see any crow's feet on this house? I don't.
and 70% of older Americans will need some form of long-term care services as they age. If you're 50 plus, time to create your strategy for aging so you can stay in charge.
Well, you know, 50 years.
Longtermcare.gov makes it easier to figure out where you want to live, who will care for you, and the newest ways to cover the costs. Longtermcare.gov. Find your own path forward. Hey, is that a new gray hair?
Where?
It's halftime, and welcome to the Hornets Network Halftime Show. Hornets are down by a score of 14-3 here in the 96th annual Turkey Day Classic against the Prairie. But we'll see if the Hornets can bounce back and do things good on offense in the second half. This week, our very own WBAS News reporter, Derek Williams, had a chance to speak with Alabama State University head volleyball coach Lucas White, who has come off getting another Alabama State University championship, a SWAC championship, by the SWAC champions. And Derek Williams had a chance to talk about Lucas White.
How you doing? This is Derek Williams at halftime of the 96th annual Turkey Classic. I have a special guest here live in the studio with me. Volleyball coach, State University. Coach. Thank you for being here with me today. Now, I'm gonna jump straight into it. You just won your 4th consecutive championship. Kind of talk about that. What made those it was a sweep. It was a sweep. What did it come? But how does this so strong. her mindset, and what did you say to her? What were your conversations?
Prairie alumni and Baltimore Hornets.
Also doing that.
We load with the action plan, and then we go out and execute.
Wow, that is so awesome. Now you're gearing up for the NCAA tournament.
Yes, sir.
And we know always you're going to meet bigger and better programs with longer athletes. How are you getting your girls prepared to just play the name on the front of the jersey, not the one on the back?
That's right. And you know the difference with that is they put on this spandex just like us.
Amen.
They train hard just like us.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have any different circumstances than we do. And we have something to prove. We're competing against ourselves. And my kids will give you everything that they have, because I'm going to say it today. Because one day soon, we will get past the first round.
Ooh.
I said it.
Wow. And that's big, because for you guys to get past that first round and break through, that will be not only just huge for the program, but huge for the SWAC, huge for HBCUs all over the country, for you guys to be that model program.
The words that we speak either brings life or death. I speak life into my players. We will get past the first round. When you hear this enough, you start to believe it. You start to train like that. You start to walk and talk like that. And the words that you speak,
what'd you say? Jay.
Brings my reality.
What Jay say? Did you say something, Jay? I don't hear nothing.
That is so awesome. You got me ready to go put on me some spandex and see if I can catch me a set and get me a spike in, get me a couple of kills. But I am here, and this has been a halftime interview with Coach Penny Lucas White. Coach, I want to say thank you for coming by. I know nobody knows this, but we played email tag for a while. We did do that, but once we got a hook, and now she said,
"Oh, okay.
I'm coming in." So I totally appreciate you. This is our first time meeting. I want to say thank you, and I'm inspired. Thank you so much. And that is it. This is Derek Williams with Coach Penny Lucas White for halftime of the 96th annual Turkey Day Classic. Go Hornets.
A few years ago, I noticed my vision getting blurry, and things I do every day, like reading and driving, were becoming.
You got about 3 minutes, Jay.
Part of getting older, but I was wrong. I have a disease called age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. It's the leading cause of blindness in people 55 and older. The good news is there are treatments that can reduce vision loss from AMD. Plus, there are things you can do now to lower your risk of getting it in the first place. The Foundation Fighting Blindness provides information about preventing and managing AMD. Call the Foundation today at 800-585-0516 for a free AMD packet. And take the first step toward protecting your vision. I'm thankful I found out about my AMD early enough to still be able to drive.
Try to do what now?
See the faces of
trying to listen. Is that mixer?
No, Tavis ain't got it on.
Free AMD.
It's not in mute.
No, he ain't got it on.
Your home is a big investment.
I don't see nothing.
Protecting that
I don't.
investment
Yeah, it's on. It might be on. I see the lights on it.
Homeowners Association. You need to think about how your community is.
But he told me don't worry about. Well,
is your
here is this on?
Is your manager trained and certified?
They say we can't hear it. They said
CAI,
Jay said,
Community Associations Institute has the tools you need to protect your home and community.
What?
CAI is a
Jay, you there?
nonprofit organization.
Yeah,
With resources you need to answer these questions.
I can't hear you. Can you speak up a little bit?
Were your mics up?
Everything you need to build a great community.
Yeah.
The CAI has.
What are you talking about on the stream?
Yeah.
It's probably because there's a weak signal coming from your thing to the box because I'm watching it jump.
Information for homeowners. Learn more at Responsible Community.
I mean, I'm watching it jump and Walt's in there and he hadn't come down here to say they're not getting any audio yet.
And your quality of life.
Let me go down there and check with him real quick. How much time? Well, we got 90 seconds before we come back. Let me run down there and ask him real quick.
We the people are guaranteed 5 freedoms in the First Amendment.
Freedom of speech.
Freedom of religion.
Freedom of the press. Freedom to peaceably assemble.
Plenty food.
To petition the government. Only the United States has these
That turkey,
so
that turkey and that cobbler.
Hey, man, you grab a turkey leg, take to the house.
Nah.
Sponsored by the
Then Auntie gonna be mad. See, I wasn't supposed to eat. So, you know.
Montgomery and celebrating Rosa Parks Day in Alabama. Starting November 30th with a Unity Breakfast.
Okay. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah.
I got you. If I change it and put it on that side.
That's cool. Yeah.
You sound good.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of short.
Yeah.
64th anniversary of the Montgomery bus boycott.
Yeah, well, I had to change the size.
You had to change me up, man.
I had to change size on JC.
My grandfather served in World War II.
Had to redo it. Waiting on tablets to get back.
I became a physician at VA because of my grandfather, so I can help others like. I can't imagine working with better doctors or a more dedicated staff. I'm fulfilled.
Hey, I adjusted everything. We're ready to go, though.
With my team, thanks to these veterans. I'm proud to be a doctor at VA. I'm proud to honor my grandfather every day.
Better get your mic up off your mouth.
Search VA Careers to find out more.
Oh. 3, 2, 1, you're back.
14-3 as we get ready to start the second half here from ASU Stadium. 96th Annual Turkey Day Classic. Travis Stroman, Sean Sanders, J.C. Coleman, Rob Taylor alongside with you, Mel Marshall. In the booth with us, Jay Holsey back in studio control. Not the way you wanted to end the first half. Prairie View getting 2 touchdowns in the final 45 seconds of that half to take a 14-3 lead. And guys, second half adjustments. We'll see what Alabama State did in the locker room.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Kadarius Davis come back. He's been making some poor decisions, the first half. And I would not be surprised, as Rob would say, my favorite player, Jet even, I would not be surprised if he doesn't come out here and make better decisions that coach would make a change. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, I don't want to be too hard on Davis early on. I just want to see him settle into the confines of the game because, the game wasn't that far out of hand before the 2 mistakes. So I don't want the audience to be confused by what I was saying before we went to halftime, but I just want to see him make better decisions within that offense to set us up for better plays.
Second half kickoff ready to go. Prairie View to do the kicking duties. Here's the kick, fielded by Ja'Cory Merritt. And he'll get it to about the 32, where Alabama State will start 1st and 10. They'll mark him actually back at the 31, it looks like now. 1st and 10 Hornets to start the second half. We got one official at the 30, one official at the 31, and now the referee's going to put it down at the 31. He was about to initially put it down at the 32, which is where Merritt was tackled. Here's Davis. Hands it off to Gray. Gray will be tackled immediately, and he may pick up 6 inches. It'll be 2nd and 10.
This is one of those games where you go in at halftime and knowing that this other team is not beating you. You're beating yourself. You're making the mistakes and everything. And the scoreboard is 14-3, but the game's a whole lot closer.
Just not seeing a lot of bounce in the step out there. Not a lot of good body posture either.
Davis back to pass. Swings it out to Gray. That ball could have been picked off. Gray had the entire sideline. Cut back inside. If he goes to sideline, Majan, he's off to the races. Instead, he gets tackled a yard short.
I Another situation. That's what I'm saying. These players got to start understanding situations. Right there, the point is to get a first down right there. We're not looking for the home run on that. We've already been struggling on offense. Get the first down, get down, and keep the sticks moving.
Davis hands it off, and Merritt may not have gotten it. Let's see if he's a left foot or right foot spot. It's going to be close, and they'll give him the first down. 1st and 10, Alabama State from the 41 of Prairie View.
Yeah, it looks like he got the left foot spot instead of the dreaded right foot on that one. First down, good job.
You'll take it.
1st and 10, Alabama State from the PV 41. Davis looks to the sideline. Here's Gray. Gray uses his speed to get outside to beat the first defender. Picks up about 5 to the 46. Brings up 2nd and 5.
And that's what I think we're going to have to do the second half. We got to commit to the run. You know, we got to commit to the run and make Prairie View play defense on this field a little bit longer because, you know, we've been doing these 3 and out, and wearing our defense down.
And it's even more so running after Conley with over 100 yards rushing already in this football game for Prairie View. Yeah, they're worn out, chasing him.
Here's a little bubble screen to Booker. Booker unable to get around the first defender. The blocker was out there, was DeAndre Brown. He just went right around Brown, and Booker, a 1-yard gain for Alabama State.
34 on the 47.
Not the way you drew that play up, that's for sure. Bubble screens or screen, anything with the word screen in it is supposed to catch the defense off guard, 1, but 2, go for at least 10 yards. A 1-yard screen play is not how you drew that up.
3rd and 4, Alabama State from the 47. Bunch formation left and right. Davis back to pass, sidearm throw, throws it behind Booker again, and again it's intercepted. This pass was thrown behind Booker, and Booker looks to the backfield with his hands on his hips. Booker was open. Davis just threw it behind him.
Yeah, everybody's walking off the field, too, after that. Just not good body posture so far. I need to see leadership out here from somewhere on this Hornet football team. Otherwise, it's going to get ugly real quick out here.
Yeah, you know, normally when your leader is the one who's making the bad choices and the bad mistakes, you know, then that resonates throughout the whole team. So, you know, at some point you would make a change to try to change the posture of this game.
And look, Prairie View set up on offense. They're ready to go, and we're still trying to get lined up on defense.
This is what we talked about in the first half. Prairie View's going to go quick. They did. This is not a quick pace right now. There was a turnover on possession. They came straight to the line of scrimmage. 1st and 10 PV from the 36-yard line. We've got a whistle and a flag, and it'll be a delay of game. And a lot of that can be attributed to Alabama State taking their time coming out on the field.
Yeah, I don't think Prairie View coach is going to take that line down.
Yeah, because they were ready to go, and the referee held them. I mean, I know we're the hometown radio, but I got to call it like I see it.
And that's exactly what Eric Dooley's doing. He's yelling at the referee and just waves his hands at him. That is all attributed to Alabama State, folks, coming out on the field late.
Maybe we should walk out there. Huh?
They're not going to reset it.
Here's Conley. He'll rip it out of Tucker's belly, and he'll throw it down the right sideline wide open, overshoots his receiver. And Prairie View had what they wanted. They had a receiver matched up with a safety over the top. But if I'm DeWanda Tucker right now, I'm like, you know, Trent, feed me the football. You know, you're not giving it to me. I can't get my yards. And Alabama State's keying on him, but he literally ripped the ball out of his stomach that time.
Yeah, but I mean, when you got a guy like Conley at the quarterback position, it's not a bad substitute for him. I mean, this guy's put on a show.
2nd and 10 Prairie View. This time he'll hand it to Tucker, and Tucker's wrapped up with the line of scrimmage.
And then when you have a 14-3 lead, then you can do more things, you know. So he has more liberty to do more things.
Not how Alabama State wanted to start on their opening possession of the second half with an interception. Now the defense has woken up a little bit, and they've got Prairie View deep, 3rd and 15. Let's see what happens on this down.
And that's why you defer to the second half, so that when you come down in the second half, hopefully the game is close, and then you're going to go down and score and either tie it up or go ahead for the go-ahead score.
Money down.
Got a whistle, a late whistle, and there'll be a false start. I'm trying to figure out, there's the flag. I was looking where he was. He threw the flag about 4 yards from where he was standing back in the backfield. So it threw me off. That and the gold pants of Prairie View are about the same color. All the defensive backs for Alabama State on the field, just 4 down linemen. Here comes the rush. Ball is thrown over the head of the receiver, and Eric Phelps comes in with a hit that on Tristan Wallace. As Wallace jumped, Phelps hits him as the ball was thrown out of bounds. It gets 4th down now for Prairie View.
And Phelps showed some good restraint that time because he was close in that penalty range, that defenseless receiver that time. But he actually pulled up at the last minute.
And she was successful with her dime package right there. 6 defensive backs, as you saw out there, like you called it, partner. 2 over the top. And that time the safety was able to get there and make a tough throw in a tight window, forcing a punt.
If you're Alabama State here, it's 4th and about 20. You come after the backup punter. They do. And the ball was actually tipped from me looking at the referee, Jesse Harris. And the punter is down holding his right leg.
What happened?
And now they're going to say an Alabama State player touched the ball, and here comes a flag out late. Not sure what that was as we try to watch.
Actually, I think that's going to be on Prairie View because they actually, I don't think Alabama State touched that ball then. Prairie View did something there.
But it shouldn't even been that close. Where's the return man? Again, communication breakdown on special teams. Second time in the football game that's put Alabama State in a bad position where we're putting the decision into the referee's hands instead of our hands where we can control the football game.
And the problem is now you've got every official, with the exception of 2 on each sideline, huddled up talking about the flag. To set the play initially for you, Alabama State came after the punt. Eric Phelps held up, and the punter grabbed him and threw him down with him on top of him, got up trying to get the flag. And then as we're watching that, the ball gets kicked on the other end. Kobe Crabb backs away from it, and then the next thing you know, Prairie View's running with the football, and the flag comes out. So we're waiting to see what the ruling is.
That foul will be enforced 15 yards from the end of the kick. Alabama State keeps the football, 1st and 10.
So it's a personal foul against Prairie View, not a halo coverage, but the ball, they pushed the Alabama State receiver into the ball.
Right.
And then after that, they had some other issues going on, which drew the personal foul call. This is a Prairie View team that has gotten in trouble a little bit in the past in their pregame running through teams. We had a chance to talk to the officials. That's why they were held in their tunnel for so long and told to run straight to the sideline, not on the field. But this is the last game of the year, and so you're going to see a lot of issues. And now they're going to go over and talk to Eric Dooley, the head referee is.
And it shouldn't, again, not have been that close. If you're listening at home and not watching, you got Alabama State player blocking, like you said, where the play is. That return man has got to yell, Peter, Peter, Peter. That's telling everybody to short, get out of there. And he's got to be loud enough to where everybody can hear him. You can't just yell Peter and it's not effective. He didn't do that, and we almost turned the ball over there.
But the problem was the return man himself. Everybody cleared out but him. He stayed there. He should have cleared out.
So a 15-yard penalty assessed against Prairie View. Good field position now for Alabama State to start at the 47. Offensively, they got to get something going, and they've got to change at quarterback. As the graduate transfer, Jet Even now will come in. Even started the game against Jackson State earlier this year. Actually led Alabama State to a road win. Has seen some action off the bench. He's more of the game manager type quarterback for Alabama State. He's got a good arm, not an electric arm, but a good arm and a game manager for the Hornets and able to be able to keep them in this contest down by 11 points.
And this might be just what the doctor ordered. Sometimes you have to change up if you want to change the posture of the game. And, the guys were actually being flat. Not saying that KD can't come back, but sometimes you might have to put another quarterback in and try to change some things up. Last game.
They just weren't responding. They weren't responding at all on offense, and so you got to mix something up. And then Jet, the senior here today, he's fired up. So we'll see what the kid can do.
Even will take the snap. He'll hand it off to Gray. Gray gets yanked down at the line of scrimmage, able to get a yard off of it. So it brings up 2nd and 9. The last game that Jet played that he started against Jackson State bottled Michael Jefferson up. He couldn't get the ball to him, so instead He went to Jahad Booker for over 100 yards. Tyreek Allen had 6 catches in that game, and he was able to spread the ball around and actually scored 2 touchdowns on the ground at even. Here he goes, 3 receiver set. Ezra Gray will be to his left. Jet steps into the throw. First target since the first half to Michael Jefferson, just the second. Actually, that's Tyreek Allen. And that pass is going to be incomplete. They're actually going to give it to him. Now they'll move it back as we watch the officials and the down marker try to get coordinated here in the second half.
And it's all about, like you said, body posture. With the other quarterback, Davis, you see him sitting down by himself, isolated. You want to be up on the sideline next to your coaches, staying engaged in the game in case you got to go back out there and cheering your teammates on.
Even right side, he throws it behind Booker, and that was Booker. Booker didn't cut his route all the way. And that pass is incomplete. It'll be 4th down, Alabama State. But that's one of those, when you're a backup quarterback, you're either going to come in red hot and just go boom, boom, boom down the field, or you're going to take a possession to fill things out, and that's what Jet did. He's been on the bench for a while, hasn't played much since that Jackson State game.
And you hope Coach sets him up with some confidence plays, some quick short throws, maybe over the middle, or maybe some quick outs, but it just didn't matriculate there on that series.
4th down for the Hornets. Here's Craven, rugby-style kick. Gets it away. It's fielded at the 16. Return up the sideline for Prairie View, out of bounds, and there comes an Alabama State player flying through, and that's Luke Barnes who got hit, and there's a flag down that comes in late. Luke Barnes got hit hard from behind, and now the flag comes in late.
I think they're going to get Prairie View for unsportsmanlike conduct. The return man almost got hit out of bounds and got upset, threw the ball back at the Alabama State player that almost hit him out of bounds in retaliation. So I think they caught that, and it's going to be 15 yards the other way.
Prairie View seems to be like one of these undisciplined teams that, every play, after every play, they've got something going on. But then you tend to take on the personality of the coach. Coach was a fiery coach, so you have a fiery team.
That's exactly what you saw right there in retaliation. And a lot of times your record shows what you are. Coach Denton Green from the NFL, rest in peace, said you are who you are. So, 5-5, now you start to see some of that, the undiscipline on both sides of the football out here. And that's why the game is the way it is.
That might be the best line ever from a press conference. They were who we thought they were.
Right.
And we let them off the hook.
That and Jim Moore are the best 2 quotes ever from a press conference.
We can't block, tackle, can't win a game.
Conley, Josh Hill spying on Conley that time. Brings him down at the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10 from the 16. Again, happy Thanksgiving to everyone out there watching and listening here on the Hornet Sports Network. I want to wish you and yours the best this holiday season. Christmas right around the corner. Hard to believe football season's already done here in week 14, game 11 for Alabama State.
Yeah, this is normally when my withdrawals start kicking in.
More than welcome to come to any basketball games you want to. Here's Conley, back to pass. No pressure. Gets in the pocket. Here's a flag. Late. Ball tipped up and almost picked off by Josh Hill. That's twice the senior's had his hands on the ball.
And it's probably going to be holding on Prairie View this time.
It is, and Jalen Carson is going to let us know before the official even talks to Coach Ely. He got held. He's the one that got held. He's grabbing his uniform and pointing back.
And the defense can only hold up for so long. The defense is playing great. At some point, the offense is going to have to turn this thing around and put some points on the board and sustain some drives.
Let's go, station ID, please.
9:22 to play here in the third. It'll be Prairie View football, 2nd and forever. They haven't even put the yardage on the scoreboard yet. I think everybody in here is trying to count. That's about 2nd and 19, 2nd and 18. From the 8, and they're going to tell the Alabama State band to stop playing.
Let's get a station ID, please.
We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Alabama State Hornet Network.
Broadcasting from the campus of Alabama State University. This is FM 90.7 WVASHD, Montgomery, Alabama. You're back.
This is Conley. He'll pull it and give it to Broach this time. Caleb Broach gets outside. He'll be knocked out of bounds at the 14. And Michon, this is one of those things. This is going to be an uphill battle for the referee with those bands because you got the alumni band and the regular band. So you went from 100 to about 400.
Yep, and we're loud and proud. That's got to be an awesome feeling, though, isn't it? To be able to come back and relive some of your glory days as a student, band member here at Alabama State University. My wife, Marilyn Sanders, is one of those alumni down there. They've been practicing all week, going longer than the football team, I told them.
And it shows.
Here's Conley up the middle, and Mario Thomas again with a stop. Brings up 4th down for Alabama State, or for Prairie View.
Michelle, how would you like to come back as an alumni football player?
Well, I tell you what, partner.
I would go across the middle. Let's up the ante a little bit.
Well, let me preface that with I would love to come back and do everything through the pregame stretch, and then once the stretch is over, go on to where we belong, and that's in the stands or up here. And let the players do what they do.
Yep.
That 4-4 is now probably a 5-2 now in the 40.
Here's Draybon. He'll go right this time with the rugby. Again, pressure. This kick will go out of bounds, and while they set the marker, we'll go down to Rob Taylor on the sideline. Rob, you're down there amongst all that noise and all the alumni. How's it going with all the people that are back today?
It's been loud down here on the sideline, and a lot of faithful Hornet fans are still here in the second half, hoping and wanting something great to happen for this Hornet football team. These are the diehard faithful Hornets. They know that the Hornets are down, but there's a great chance the Hornets can come back and win this football game. So you see a lot of black and gold still up in the stands, and that's a great feeling to see these Hornets. And Mr. Sanders, I think you're good for at least one reception. At least one. Then you can come on the side.
I appreciate you, partner. We might go 4 or 5 yards and turn around. I appreciate you. We can do that.
3 receivers set for Alabama State. 1st and 10 from the PV 30. Jet, plenty of time to throw. Goes over the middle, out of bounds. He had Tyreek Allen, Jihad Booker down the seam. He had Jimmy Farrell out left. He had Michael Jefferson out right. About 4 verticals on the first play from scrimmage that time for Alabama State, something we haven't seen today.
And I think that's one of those times when Jet actually held the ball a little too long. He actually allowed the defense to catch up with the wide receiver that time.
And matchups. So again, he went over the middle. That's where there was double coverage. There was single coverage outside to your number 1 receiver, Michael Jefferson. Throw it up and give him a chance.
And you talk about single coverage. There it is again. This time they put it in the belly of Ezra Gray. Gray lowers his head. He could have been stopped for about a 2-yard gain. He lowered his head and gets 9. It'll be 3rd and 1.
He finished off the run, and that Prairie View number 24 actually got the worst end of that deal.
And the tempo's changed. You see they picked it up.
Tempo has changed. New quarterback, got a little energy now after that last possession. 3rd and 1. Prairie View shows blitz. And this is football these days. You show blitz, you look to the sideline. Sean Anderson gets the call from Joe Blackwell. He relays it in. You've got Gary Harrell up here in the booth that sees something. Former head coach, former offensive coordinator. Here's Gray right side. He turns it up. Gets across the 20. That's all he had to do. Picks up a 1st down to the 19 with 7:07 remaining here in the 3rd. And you can hear the crowd here at ASU Stadium. Hard for us to see from our vantage point down below us because of the upper deck and then the fans under. A lot of fans still here, you could tell, after that 1st down play.
That turkey tastes awfully good after a victory.
Here's Jet. Going to the end zone to Booker. Back of the end zone. We'll say this, incomplete. Mashani threw where only one person could catch the football.
Yep, and I have no problem with that play at all. That definitely keeps the defensive backs of Prairie View aware and alert and honest. So they can't keep coming down and walking down on our wide receivers today.
And that's a good thing, too. Jet didn't try to force that ball in there. You know, it's 2nd down. You got another opportunity.
2nd and 10, Alabama State from the 19. Gray will be to Jets left. 3 receivers set to the wide side of the field, which is the left. Nowhere to go. Jet. Ezra somehow gets out of that. Holy cow. Gets to about the 16. Gray was dead to rights, 4 yards back in the backfield. He and Jet got tied up because neither knew who to take the ball because there were 3 defenders standing right in front of him, but Gray able to get out of it and get positive yardage.
And that was great individual effort by Ezra Gray that time.
3rd and 7.
Well, I was going to say, you kind of wonder now, being down 14-3, is it panic mode time yet here, middle of the 3rd quarter? Do you go for it on 4th down? Or do you let Hunter Hanson get within a touchdown and 2-point conversion?
Here's Jet. Hits Booker at the 10. Booker hit immediately, and here's going to be the answer to your question. It's going to be 4th and inches at the 10. They've only got to get to the 9.5 for a first down.
And that's on the wide receiver. Again, these are the plays at wide receiver. This is what we do. You have to go where the sticks are and go a yard past that because you got to know you're going to work back to the ball and the DB is there.
Here's the answer to your question. 4th and inches for Alabama State, almost 4th and 1. Prairie View walks up, shows blitz. Alabama State looks over to the sideline. Joe Blackwell sees something he likes, gets the call from upstairs. With 10 on the play clock, they're going to go for it. 4th and goal, Alabama, 4th and 1, Alabama State. Gray gets hit at the 10. He's going to try to drive.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be real. Now they're going to mark him at the 10. They're not going to give him the push. It doesn't look like. If he doesn't get the push, it's first down Prairie View. Let's see where they mark it. He's going to be short. They're going to bring the sticks out to measure. But from here, he looks about 6 inches short on the play. And all that is just one guy hitting the pile to push it forward, but they blew the whistle right before that hit.
And he ran into the back of his offensive lineman. I know they got blew up on the play, but it looked like if he would have just stayed with the original play to the right side of the offensive line, he would have picked up the first down.
He's going to be short by at least 6 inches. You can tell from up here he is short. And Alabama State unable to convert on 4th down. It'll be first down for PV here in the 3rd quarter with 5:12 to play.
That is a morale buster. And then it boosts the morale of the Prairie View players because, you're in hostile territory and you make a big stop like that. And Alabama State was driving.
Yeah, again, young men, we've got a lot of returning guys back on offense. These are plays, hopefully, that coach is able to show them in the springtime so they can get better as football players and understanding situations. It's 4th and inches. You don't need to come to the line, spin around, and try to do a Houdini play back to the opposite side of the field. You've got to hit the hole hard, stay with the original play, and get up in there and get those inches.
Hat on a hat.
Here's the snap, and again, Conley puts it in the belly of Tucker and able to pull it out, and he's off to the races. 40, 45, 50, 45, 40 before he gets tackled inside the Alabama State 40-yard line. And again, that's just a quarterback who's struggling throwing the football. You know he's struggling the football, just takes it out of Tucker's belly and takes off.
Yeah, that's just a testament to Tucker. Tucker had 5 tacklers around him, so they're giving him all the attention. The quarterback pulled it out, and that's why the quarterback has almost 200 yards today.
1st and 10 PV at the Alabama State 37-yard line. Here's Tucker. First initial hit by Lucky is able to bounce off of it and wrapped up by Christian Clark, Jalen Carson, and a whole host of Alabama State defensive players, but not before he picks up 4.
I would be inclined to go back and look at Conley's high school film. The kid runs like a returner. He doesn't run like a normal quarterback that's scrambling. You can see how he just instinctively knows how to cut back against the grain, as they say. Very gifted runner.
Conley, RPO this time, able to complete the pass, and that's all set up for a first down because of the running ability of Conley right now.
Yeah, they got all the momentum in their favor right now, and actually they're the team that wants it more right now. They're playing like they want it more than Alabama State.
1st and 10, Prairie View from the Alabama State 18. Conley again rips it out of the belly of Broach, right up the middle, runs right by Jalen Carson, and then Darius Keene able to make the tackle. Conley gets up a little slow after that hit, and he's limping a little bit going back to the huddle.
Good for 11 yards.
Maybe that's the only thing that'll stop him.
That's the one thing that can hurt you. running your quarterback into the ground like that is injuries. That's for sure.
Tucker in the backfield with Conley. Got a flag and a false start. And Conley's hurting. He's doubling over. He just doubled over again after that flag.
And you see the quarterback with his helmet off next to the coach over there. He's ready to come into the game.
And that's Morton. That's who we thought we were going to see.
And it may just be more of a fatigue thing. The kid has run for 175 yards, and we're not even to the fourth quarter yet. I'm anxious to see what the SWAC record is, rushing record at quarterback.
Here's Tucker. We haven't called his name much all day.
There it is.
In the end zone, scampering for 12 yards and a Prairie View touchdown. And just like that, it's 20-3. After the fourth down conversion, couldn't convert. Prairie View goes right down and punches it in. And again, it's one of those situations. You've got a whole quarter remaining and 3 minutes left of this quarter. How do you respond? Now you got to respond quickly. Now, Michon, what you were talking about, now has to start happening. Now you've got to start speeding things up a little bit because the clock is now your enemy.
Yeah, I expect to see nothing short of 2-minute offense the rest of the way of the course of this football game. Not a lot of time left at all. You need every possession you can get as they get ready for the try, and it looks like it's going to be blocked by Alabama State. So a little bit of a relief right there for Alabama State, if you want to call it that, on the field goal kick try, extra point try by Prairie View, no good. So Alabama State blocks the kick. It's now 20-3 Prairie View, 3 minutes left in the third quarter.
Timeout on the field. We'll take it with them. Prairie View leads 20-3 back after this timeout.
My name is Bobby. I'm a veteran and lost my leg to a roadside bomb. My victory was going from a wheelchair to becoming a weightlifting champion.
I'm Sam. I'm a veteran. My victory was finding a career I can be proud of and supporting my family.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
I'm a veteran. My victory was going from homeless to home.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran, and my victory was finishing my education.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support for victories great and small.
My victory was proving that disability is not a limitation.
My victory was getting my service dog a new best friend.
We help more than 1 million veterans every year as they face and conquer their challenges.
My victory is being able to be there for my family.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
3, 2, 1, we're back.
Welcome back to ASU Stadium. Travis Jerome, Sean Sanders, J.C. Coleman, Rob Taylor alongside with you. Mel Marshall in the booth with us. Jay Holsey back in the studio. Another pooch kick and another fair catch, calling some more extracurricular activity with Prairie View and Alabama State. This one again initiated by Prairie View as the fair catch was made, and one of the guys from Prairie View just ran through one of the Alabama State blockers. No penalty flag thrown on the play, so this Prairie View team is a little feisty. And we'll go down to Rob Taylor on the sideline. And, Rob, we talk about Prairie View being feisty. The make of the sideline right now on the Alabama State side.
I thought y'all were faithful Hornets.
We'll go back down to Rob in a minute as he's getting on to somebody about leaving the stadium early.
There you go, partner.
KD is back.
Davis back in. 1st and 10 from the 37. Prairie View shows blitz. Here it comes. Pass out to Gray. Gray unable to turn up and then gets hit and tackle after a minimal gain of about a yard or two.
Hopefully with KD coming back into the game now, sometimes that'll boost the player up, and make him realize that, okay, I got my head on right now. I'm back in the game. So, and coach is actually showing confidence that, look, you are a man. You are a leader. We want you to bring us back.
Maybe a player, but how about the offense? Because I did not like what I saw by the attitude of him sitting by himself while the offense was out there last series.
Here's Davis. Quick pass to Allen. Allen upended as soon as he catches the football at the 44.
Leaders are doing things that others won't do. And when things aren't going your way and you got adversity that's happening to you, it's how you respond in those moments. That's what creates leaders and shapes and molds leaders. You can't lead your team sitting on the bench isolated by yourself.
Here's the play up the middle, first down pickup from Ezra Gray. 6-yard gain to the 49-yard line of Alabama State with 1:57 remaining here in the third. And again, we talk about that clock being your enemy, but again, Alabama State gets to the line.
And we need a little faster. They're still eating up valuable seconds on the clock here, partner.
Here's Davis back to pass. Looks right, throws it to Booker. Booker diving catch, and there's a penalty on Prairie View and a late hit on the quarterback. We've seen this continually all day. Late hits from Prairie View. Just unsportsmanlike penalties from Prairie View, and it's getting to the point now of when are they going to do, when are the officials going to step in, because that's a very, very late hit on the quarterback.
Yeah, and you know, they're going to do it until the officials start calling it. So good thing we got that call now, so hopefully that sends a message. But more importantly, hopefully we do something with it now. We got 15 yards added on to that. Hopefully we'll do something with it.
And he's getting the earful from his coach on the side. That is a long, lonely run as a player. When you get that flag thrown on you, let me tell you now, you're trying to go away from the coach, and it seems like he's got a heat-seeking missile on you. I don't care what angle you take, he's going to meet you right when you get to the sideline.
TV shows blitz. Gray runs away from it, unable to get away from the first two tacklers, however. Gets it inside the 30 to the 29. We'll see if Rob Taylor is through getting on to the Hornet faithful for leaving the stadium. Rob, how's the attitude right now on that Alabama State sideline?
Hey, on the sideline here, it's still somewhat upbeat, but in the stands, man, they have been attacking me. They're so frustrated with the play of the team right now, but I'm trying to encourage everybody to stay because we still got another quarter of football to play, and the guys need the support. So I know it's frustrating for the fans, but hey, we still have another quarter to go, and they need all the support they can get right now because we can turn this thing around.
Jahad Booker with a catch. They say it touched the ground as soon as he caught it, but Michon, if I'm not mistaken, if a receiver in the ball hits the ground, isn't it an incomplete pass?
Yeah, I wonder if they were just saying it's like his knee went down. It looked like he went down on one knee to get it instead of with his hands. If he just used his hands to reach down there, he would have still been running.
Mm-hmm. 3rd and 4 for Alabama State. Davis looks right. Catch made by Josh Knight. Haven't called his name all day. And, guys, if you look at it, Prairie View has bottled up Michael Jefferson today. He's been targeted one time, and that was in the first half. Now KD's looking to the right side the entire time while Jefferson's left. Don't know if that's a baiting move because Davis has Jefferson one-on-one with the end zone right here within grasp. Instead, they go to Gray. Gray again runs into the back of a lineman, but able to get away and get outside.
We actually got a free play that time.
And he's out of bounds at the 8. They'll decline this penalty and make it 2nd and probably 1 instead of going 1st and 5.
I just wonder, is Knight getting the ball with his eyes closed and then opening him up, because he continues to run in the back of the offensive lineman, up the middle of the offensive line, and then it's like once he gets that collision, he wakes up and is like, oh, let me go find a hole and execute. But
you mean Gray?
See, yes, Gray. I'm sorry. Yeah, Gray. Great running backs have great vision before the play. You know, a lot of times they see those great ones, they have those visors on, and they're the dark visors that they have on. You say, well, why does this guy wear these dark colored visors on? They didn't want you to see the eyes of the running back, because linebackers were keying in those eyes of the running backs and know where they wanted to go.
They're going to accept the penalty and replay first down, but Michon, that'll be the end of the first quarter. We'll let you come back and finish your thought. We come back from the fourth quarter. We go to quarter number 4, down 20-3. You're listening to Alabama State football on Hornet Sports Network.
Look, let's face it, there's a lot of music out there. So how do you cut through it all to find the best of the best? Hey, this is Kyle LaRue with your invitation to join me and the bass band Marcella Shepard. Each week we're counting down the top 10 jazz albums of the week, presenting a unique perspective on the music and the artists making it happen. We feature the best new music hot off the press as well. You'll find that and more when you join us here for the cool Jazz Countdown.
Saturdays at 8 p.m. on FM 90.7 WVAS, the sound of excellence.
Jay, we need to come back. They got to run one more play.
Imagine.
It takes 5 seconds to send a text, and for those 5 seconds, you're driving blind. Life is worth more than a text. Stay alive. Don't text and drive.
Got
Visit
Jefferson.
StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, Noise, and the Ad Council.
Look at that.
In America,
The zip code you're born into can determine your future. If this baby was born,
Jay, we need to come back. They're running a play.
his chances of dropping out of school.
We almost got him killed.
Born 5
You
months
run in
later,
motion to him.
his chances of experiencing violent crime rise. But just one town over, his chances at a healthier life improve. At the Y, our programs help all kids thrive, no matter where they're from. Support your local Y at ymca.net/4abetterinc.
3, 2, 1.
During the timeout, we were forced to run another play because you can't end the quarter on a penalty. And during the timeout, Davis hits Michael Jefferson on a quick slant. Jefferson makes the catch for the touchdown, Alabama State. Hunter Hanson misses the extra point. Score 20-9 now as we go to the fourth quarter. And, guys, we'll stay here during the break between quarters because of having to go to that break and come back. And able to get the points at the end of the quarter, which is a good thing. We're down 11 now going to the fourth.
Down 11. You just said it. Instead of down 10. Another special teams miscue by the Alabama State. Very uncharacteristic of this team on special teams. Special teams has carried us throughout the past 2 seasons that I've seen since being up here. Very uncharacteristic of them today to have miscues in kickoff return, kickoff, and also field goal.
Yeah, man, this is going to show what this team is made of coming into this fourth quarter. You just scored a touchdown at the end of the third quarter. Now you're at home, you're homecoming, you got all the fans talking. So this is a chance to show what you're made of. It's time to bow your necks right now and suck it up, and let's come and pull this thing out this fourth quarter.
So Alabama State trails Prairie View 20-9 as we get ready to head to the fourth. And, Rob, it's one of those things where we just talked about it, and Alabama State able to get points on the board with the clock stopped to go into the fourth down 11 instead of down just 10.
Yeah, and it was great to see the Hornets score a touchdown there. Michael Jefferson, when we thought that maybe he wasn't even coming back into the game today, able to get himself together after suffering injury early on, and to see him get that touchdown. And all KD's got to do is get that ball to him, either Booker, and you should get a touchdown just about every time. And, of course, Gray's been doing a great job of running the football. And to those Hornet fans who left, we told you to stay. We still had another quarter of football to go. Alabama State just need to do what they do best, score touchdowns, get this game under control, and win this homecoming.
So 20-9, Alabama State trails going into the fourth. Note on that catch by Michael Jefferson, that's catch number 44 for the season. He's 4 catches short of jumping into the top 12 of the single-season record book here at Alabama State. That's only the second target, however, today. He's got 711 yards total now. But more importantly, for a young man who's just a sophomore and was used sparingly last year, 11 touchdowns here in the sophomore year.
Man, I just enjoy watching him play. It seems like we're always saying throw it to 19. And when you got a kid like that can just do it, except he stands out amongst everybody else. You just like to see him do what he does, and that's make big plays for this Hornet offense. And it's good to just see him bounce back from the injury earlier in the football game to get us back within striking distance.
And a lot of the things you see with Jefferson, you don't see Jefferson normally on the slants. You see Jefferson over the top. You see Jefferson with the post or the corner routes. Jahad Booker's usually that guy. Tyreek Allen is usually that guy. But here's the thing. When Michael Jefferson gets going, so does Jahad Booker.
Mm-hmm.
Booker's got 5. Allen's got 4. That's only the second target to Jefferson. You get a big defensive stop here, boy, the tie can change here in the fourth quarter very, very quickly. It's Hunter Hanson. Kicks it off, and we may have one early as the ball is fumbled, and Jamario Johnson can't come up with it as it trickles out of bounds. And right as we talk about making a big play, we almost get one out of the gate on the kickoff.
Just couldn't get over there in time on that kickoff team. Special teams, special teams, special teams. Will that be the story of the game today?
Yeah, special teams could have had an opportunity that time to just turn this thing all the way around. But, just game of inches, just an inch away from recovering that ball.
Numbers for Prairie View. Conley back out on the field now, 15 of 30 for 149 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's ran the ball 16 times for 175, and you would say, hey, we've done our job. We've stopped Dewana Tucker, 13 for 29. But when you let the quarterback go for almost 200, it totally changes the aspect of the game. And here's Tucker up the middle. He'll go for about 4. On the offensive side for Alabama State, Davis, 88 yards passing, 15 of 22, 2 interceptions, a touchdown. Ezra Gray, 13 carries 51 yards, and we've got a whistle. Don't say a flag anywhere. But the clock continues to run, even though they've stopped it. It's still continually running. It should be at 14:50, and it's still running. Hasn't stopped yet.
Finally, the line judge sees that, and he's giving the signal to stop the clock. So I expect us to get some more time back.
So Jihad Booker, 5 catches, as we said, for 31 yards. Tyreek Allen, 4 catches. Ezra Gray, 3 out of the backfield. Michael Jefferson, 1 catch for 11 yards. That's offensively. And they're going to say it was 14-49 defensively for Alabama State. Natron Culpepper with the 1 interception had an opportunity for another one. Josh Hill had an opportunity for 2 interceptions. Couldn't get either one of those down. But again, defensively for Alabama State, Hill has 8 tackles from that secondary spot. Mario Thomas has 6. So those are your numbers. Now, numbers need to add up on the scoreboard as we go 2nd and 6, Prairie View from the 32. Here's Tucker. He'll go left side, able to break away from the first tackle and drags another one. That's Ershaw Davis and Josh Hill, who finally come up and make the tackle. It'll be 3rd and 1. This kid's 5 foot 5 inches, 190 pounds, and he runs like he's 6'3", 250.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, what other way to say it? It's like the kid from Texas Southern that was running, the kid that was 6'3", 260.
And the kid from A&M.
This kid, when he wants to lower his head, Tucker can really lower it. Here's a handoff to Broach. Broach up the middle. Breaks through the second wave. Breaks through the third wave. There's another fumble. This time Natron Culpepper will pick it up. Josh Hill knocks it out from behind. Which you talk about, you get to that next level, Mashawn. Hill does the same thing that happened to Ezra Gray.
Yeah, and right when we needed it to, Hill was timely with his hit. And the more important or impressive play there was, Culpepper, being able to keep it from going out of bounds.
Right.
That's not easy with that ball bouncing like it is. Great hands by the young man there from his corner position, setting up the Hornets now in striking distance. Rob talked about everybody that left early. Here we go. We got a ball game.
Folks in getting in your car, just turn it on the radio. There are no pass outs here at the stadium. We apologize. You got to listen to us for the next 30 minutes. As it's 20-9, Alabama State now in possession of the football. 1st and 10 from the 31. Here's Davis, drops back to pass, heavy pressure, hits Michael Jefferson. Jefferson makes the first man miss, tries to make the second man miss, and dances his own self out of bounds, but not before he picks up 5, and here we go. Now they're going to, looks like they figured out, hey, we got to go to Mike now. That's 2 straight pass attempts, both to Jefferson.
And looked like that setting out for 2 plays did our quarterback a lot of good. So he's come back now and shows that he's a true leader.
Here's Davis, hands it off to Merritt. Merritt able to get away from one man. They're going to give him a yard on the play. Corey Merritt running a little hard for a freshman, gets hit, pulls away, gets a yard, but nonetheless it is a yard, so they're able to move the sticks a little bit.
And I expect him to get stronger, obviously, once he was in high school last year. He's a true freshman, so he'll be able to get those legs stronger in the offseason and be able to break those for longer runs.
Here's Davis with Merritt in the backfield. 4 receivers set for Alabama State. Davis drops back to pass. Quick pass caught by Jefferson. What a catch by Michael Jefferson down to the 46-yard line. But just when you think it's about to sail over his head, somehow he reaches up there and grabs it.
And that's what you call a big money receiver. Big money receiver making big money plays.
Yeah, it just bodies the guy. He's 6'3". The corner that's in front of him is 5'10". I mean, do the math. The numbers don't lie.
Kind of like that 4'3" and 5'2", huh?
That's right.
Here's Davis. Drops back to pass. He's looking at Jefferson. Now he's got to escape. He's able to escape. Able to get it off, throws it out of bounds, and wisely, as he throws it out of bounds, he tucks his shoulder because the hit was coming from Prairie View and they held off on it. But again, they're looking to the side of Michael Jefferson. This is when Mike takes over games. And if you've been to an Alabama State game, this is when you've seen this young man is 6'4" tall, able to go up and make plays. Did it last game against Florida State. Made some unbelievable catches. Went up and took one against one of the best defensive backs in the country.
Big-time players made big-time plays in big-time games.
Here's Davis, drops back to pass. He's got to dump it off to Merritt quickly as the blitz was coming. Merritt across the 50. Merritt to the 40. Merritt to the 35. How about that? Davis just dumped it off to him with that heavy blitz coming. I don't even think Merritt was expecting it and took off running and is down at the 35.
And that's a good move by Davis that time. You know, he felt the blitz coming. He saw it coming. He dumped it off. great play, great decision making.
That was set up by Michael Jefferson again, going in on what we call the crack block. Block set the edge for the running back on the swing play and was able to get upfield for the first down.
Here's Davis looking across the middle, goes across the middle, in and out of the hands of Tyreek Allen. Not sure he would have been able to do anything anyway, and I don't know if he really dropped it or if it was hit out of his hand because he had a defensive back draped all over him the entire way.
You know, JC's going to tell me if it hit his hand, he's supposed to catch it right. I will say that, you know, sometimes you get a little cold out there when the ball hadn't come your way throughout the ball game, so you get a little rusty. We got rhythm, too. Quarterbacks need rhythm throws. We need rhythm catches, so I chalk that up to a lack of rhythm on the catch.
11:52 to play here in the final quarter. Davis, quick pass, and this one is dropped. And again, it's Tyreek Allen. This one didn't hit his hands, hit his belly. I got to get through.
I can't bail him out on that one. We just came back to you back to back. We got your hands warm on the first one. You should have been ready on the second one.
Yeah, you should have been ready on that one.
And there you go. Tyreek will go to the sideline now after 2 consecutive plays that they went to him and dropped both passes.
You got to make those plays. You got to make those.
So now 3rd and 10.
He's mad at himself as he's shoving all of his teammates away. And that's when you get frustrated. You're frustrated yourself, not at the team. You know you just caused 2 plays. And here comes Davis, back to pass. He's going to go right side, and this one's dropped.
Well, I mean, the quarterback can't do anything but put it there. He can't throw it any better. The receivers got to catch the ball. They got to catch the ball.
And even still, just from my vantage point, just looking at what the play was, and that was a 3-yard out on 3rd and 10, you know, that play really wasn't designed to get a first down anyway. So, you know, you got to kind of question, especially where you are in this ball game, the thought process of that call there.
4th and 10, Alabama State's going to go for it. They've got Mike lined up here to the left of Davis to the short side of the field, Mashawn, and in your favorite coverage, man-to-man, the safety is yet to roll over the top. As Davis is going to look that way, goes to Jefferson. Jefferson does exactly what you tell the older receivers they should have done. Goes a yard past the sticks, picks up 12. First down, Alabama State.
Excellent job right there. Like you said, he had press coverage, walked down on him the corner that he knew where he wanted to go, which was out. So he froze the defensive back at the line of scrimmage, went inside to make the defensive back think slant, and then came back outside across his face, past the sticks, first down, Hornets. That is an NFL route right there.
1st and 10 from the 23 of Prairie View. Sticks it in the belly of Merritt. Merritt nowhere to go as he thought he got through the line. And the defensive back from Prairie View able to come up and make the hit. They give him a couple of yards. They give him 1 to the 22, so it'll be 2nd and 9 for Alabama State with 11 minutes remaining.
And the thing about these defensive backs for Prairie View, you know Michael Jefferson is coming, but you can't stop him. You know he's coming. You can't stop him.
And it's because he knows where he's going. And when you're confident in where you're going and you execute properly, that's what happens.
KD in shotgun formation drops back to pass. He's going to throw it up in the air to Jefferson.
Yes,
Jefferson.
sir.
Hey, that was created only because KD was under pressure and threw the ball in the air. Be a pass interference call because Mike had no clue the ball was coming.
They may get him for holding. I saw the referee, the one that threw the flag, giving it not catchable, but it definitely was holding because he grabbed Jefferson. You're right, partner, on the play. So hopefully we get something out of this.
And here's the question I have for you while we wait on the call. Mike's off balance, so you know he was off balance in bounds, whether the ball is uncatchable or not. He got yanked down. You got to call something. You already let him go off without a hit on a defenseless receiver in the first quarter that basically took him out of the game for the whole first half. Now are you going to take away a holding penalty here against him, against the best in the conference? What are you going to do?
Yeah, and I would think that's holding because the defensive player was falling down, and he actually grabbed him when he was falling.
They're going to call pass interference. So
they are going to call it.
It's kind of one of those things where as officials, you know guys that when you come into a game, you know who they are. And at some point, you've got to say, okay, this is against this receiver. You got to call it. But here's a stat for you. 46 catches now for his single season. He needs 2 to break into that top 12. And Mashawn, you know as well as I do, it's been a long time since anybody has broken into that single season top 12.
Yeah, you're right.
Here's Davis to Merritt. Merritt nowhere to go. And he's getting pulled by one of his receivers, and he's actually going to they're going to say he loses a couple. They were at the 7. They're going to mark him to the 10, a loss of 3 on the play. And that was actually Michael Jefferson trying to pull him up to get him some extra yards. I'm surprised they didn't just take the ball from him and run with it.
Right, yep.
You're talking about vision.
Yeah, that was vision there.
Perfect example. Had he had the vision, he would cut back. But he's a freshman. He's a true freshman, so he'll learn.
Yeah, at one point I was in that receptions list. I don't know what old man is now. I was actually in there. Had to think back. So I was in that.
I wonder why you got quiet when I brought it up just then.
I was in that list at one point.
Here's Davis. He's going to go to the end zone. Jump ball for Jefferson, unable to keep his foot in bounds. And I don't think, as Prairie View celebrates defensively, I don't think that was a whole lot on the defensive end. I think that was Mike having to go get the football because whether he's out of bounds or not, he still catches the ball.
Yep.
So obviously the pass was out of bounds. So as far as celebrating, they didn't score, but you didn't really do a whole lot to stop him on the play.
Well, it's one of those plays right there where the rules play in the favor of the defender on that play because there's no more force outs anymore. And so all he did while Michael Jefferson left in the air was pulled him out of bounds while he was in the air, which is a legal play, and that's what any DB should do.
Press coverage again, Mashawn right here on Davis's left with Jefferson. He looks that way, goes to Jefferson, throws it back shoulder. Holy cow, what a catch. Michael Jefferson, one-handed back shoulder throw, touchdown, Alabama State.
Wow. We call that a 7 route. That's the back shoulder throw. That was a call. That was my favorite route to run, and he executed it perfectly. They caught the DB in no man's land. When you're running full speed like a fade route, and all of a sudden that ball shows up right behind you, it's just pitch and catch between the quarterback and the receiver.
They will review it. It is a scoring play. Let's see as they put it on the board. This is the question I have. Did he keep his foot in bounds?
Just need one.
And here's the replay. We'll watch it and let you know. And, of course, we can't see it because of the camera angle, which may benefit Alabama State here if that's the only angle they have.
Hopefully that's the only camera angle they got. Right. We'll see.
Because it's got to be enough evidence to reverse the call because the call on the field was touchdown. And if that's the only angle, it's 6 points.
Hey, if they don't reverse this call because they don't have an angle, I'm going to go down there and hug our replay folks and tell them to tell our camera folks that was the best shot they have got all year.
Yes, sir.
But, hey, right now you can't get caught up in this replay, so I'm doing two things right now on offense here, right? So either I'm thinking, okay, if I didn't get it, I'm dialing up my play right now because I got to go for it. It's 4th down, right? So I got to have that play drawn up. And then I've also got to have the 2-point conversion because the extra point does me no good this time in the ball game. I need 2 because it would be right now if it stood 20-15, you give me 2 points. I'm at 17, and I'm only a field goal away.
Here's the call. Touchdown, Alabama State.
Touchdown.
Ruling is confirmed on the field, 20-15, and Alabama State's going to line up and go for 2 now. 2-point conversion here makes it a field goal game, and you've got the kicking advantage. Although we missed the extra point on the last possession, you've still got the kicking advantage. You got a strong leg. You're going to kick into a slight breeze, however, which is the problem, and the breeze has actually picked up to a little bit of a wind. And it's going to be blowing across Hunter Hanson's face if he has to kick later in the game to try to tie it up. First, a 2-point conversion. Davis, bunch set to his right, 3 receiver set, 1 to his left, which is Michael Jefferson. Expect this ball to go to the left side. Davis steps back, goes to Jefferson. Again, back shoulder throw, again a catch. And just like that, it's 20-17. And again, it's the defensive back that celebrated on the ball that was thrown out of bounds.
You know he's coming, but you can't stop it.
Can't stop it. That young man is something special. As Coach Coach Barlow would say, he got that ragu. It's in the sauce.
And that puts Michael Jefferson into the top 12.
Welcome.
48 catches in this season.
Welcome, Jefferson. Man. Welcome. Welcome to the club.
Yes, sir.
Came in with over 700 yards on the year. And now has 13 or 12 touchdowns, does the sophomore. That'll be worth looking up after this game to see where he stands then on the single-season touchdown mark.
Wow, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with Michael Jefferson, and I'm also impressed with Kadarius Davis to have such a bad first half, to get benched 2 plays and 2 series, and to come back here and coach put the ball in your hand. Go to your best player and let your best player do for you.
We got Rob Taylor down on the field. We'll go to him right after this kickoff. You know where Rob was standing. He was standing down there by that end zone. As Jefferson got ready to go up, I was waiting on Rob's hands to go up the entire time. Here's the pooch kick from Hansen. It'll be right at Taylor. It'll be fielded, and he runs out of bounds at the 23. We'll go down to Rob Taylor right where that ball got caught. And, Rob, we talked about how the attitude was a little upbeat on the sideline. People were starting to leave. Now what's it like down there for Alabama State?
Oh, it's a great, great feeling down here on the sideline. Upbeat isn't the word. It's bigger. If there's something larger than upbeat, that's what's going on right now. For all those fans who left, regardless of the outcome of this game, I wish you all could have just seen KD and Michael Jefferson, because KD went to Michael Jefferson each and every time down here, and Jefferson came through big time. I mean, big time.
Talking about big time, need a big time stop here from Alabama State. 9:40 remaining. Prairie View 1st and 10 from the 23. First play from scrimmage, and Mario Thomas with a big play in that interior on Dewana Tucker.
Super Mario Brothers. I wonder, do these kids know what that is?
Nah. Probably never have seen it. Interesting story about Mario Thomas. He's from Sachs High School. He originally committed and signed with Kennesaw State and broke away from that to come to Alabama State. So that's the kid that we would have been playing against now, and look what he's doing for Alabama State here late in the year. Is able to come through and earn the starting spot, has made some plays. And here we go, 2nd and 10 from Prairie View for the 25 with 9:02 remaining and counting. Here's Conley back to pass, goes over the middle. Ershad Davis there defensively. Ball was too high anyway as he and Eric Phelps and Ershad Davis firing his entire defense up. And the two Miami boys out there, Natron Culpepper and Ershad Davis, decide to butt heads a little bit.
That was a great no call that time, although he got there a little early, but that was a great no call.
And now we got bouncing and energy on the sideline. I just need this throughout the entire game, but I'll take it right now, gentlemen. Money down, defense. 3rd down and 10. Let's get off the field.
3rd and 10, Alabama State defensively against Prairie View. Empty backfield for Conley. He'll take off up the middle. Lots of running room. Gets by Culpepper, who makes the stop. And Conley falls across the 50. And that's just a design play call for Prairie View. They saw the setup, and that's Culpepper down. He had to sling his arm out to try to stop Conley. Otherwise, it's a touchdown.
Yeah, it was a touchdown-saving tackle by Culpepper, and it may have cost him the rest of this football game due to injury. Let's hope the young man is okay. Alabama State defensive line knew what was coming, though. They just couldn't stop it. Right. Their offensive linemen are very smart on Prairie View. They forced our defensive linemen outside to open up that interior lane through the A-gap of the offensive line, and Conley just did what he do. And let's take off and run with it up the middle of the defense. Man, that hurts because you saw the defensive lineman trying to reach back across the offensive lineman to tackle him in the middle of the football field and just couldn't get there.
1st and 10, Alabama, 1st and 10 Prairie View, from the 49-yard line of the Panthers. .8:39 and counting here in this contest. 3 receivers set for the Panthers. Conley will tuck it into Tucker. Tucker goes left, bounces off of one, but Darren Johnson able to finish it off.
Tucker left in for 3 yards, 2nd and 7.
And if Johnson doesn't make that tackle right there in the open field, they may be putting 7 more on the board because there was nobody else out there to stop the running back. That was a touchdown-saving tackle right there by the senior Darren Johnson out of Memphis.
Hit and hold.
2nd and 6. Long 6 for Prairie View. Tucker up the middle this time. Will spin, and the spin gets him the 1st down to the 40. And if you're Alabama State, you can allow Prairie View to drive a little bit as long as you stop them. You still got all 3 of your timeouts left, but you can't let them get a touchdown. You can let them get a field goal, which we've seen what their field goal kicking is like right now with a backup kicker, but you can't allow them to score a touchdown.
Right. And they have not put the ball in the air yet, if I'm not mistaken, on this series. You got to know situations and what's going on again as players. And they want to run clock, and then they want to get points on the field, on the board, excuse me. So you got to key in on these runs and come up and be aggressive.
6th play of the drive, Tucker. Talk about aggressive. And there he is again, Mario Thomas with another big stop for Alabama State. Behind the line, and again, a tackle on Tucker, but now he comes off the field limping. And here comes Jalen Carson.
Can we give him the mantra Super Mario? Can we get that down to him? And Let them look that up in the offseason. Go ahead and adopt that one.
And I think the officials have had enough of the jawing from both squads. Now they're yelling at Prairie View and Alabama State. This is not a light conversation. As Jesse Harris, the referee, the white hat, his head and shoulders are bobbing up and down as he talks to both teams.
Please reset the game clock to 7 minutes and 19 seconds.
And they'll reset it to 7:19. Not sure why they're putting 12 seconds back on the clock, because they stopped it at 7:07. We'll take it, though, because that's extra time.
We'll take it.
For Alabama State down 3 here in the fourth. Here's Broach. He'll go to left side. Able to break away from the initial hit, but then wrapped up by Jalen Carson and a pair of other Hornets. It'll be third down for Prairie View from the Alabama State 34. They got to get to 30 for the first down.
Yeah, Broach is a little change of pace. He's a change of pace from the little guy. He's a bigger running back, and he's stronger.
So very, very disciplined right here for our defense if we're planning to get the ball back without any scores.
This is when you got to spy on Conley. Design run to the left side. Alabama State sniffs it out. Nicholas Terry with a big stop. And look at that Alabama State defense as they get over into the middle of that Prairie View sideline as they were blocked into the sideline, and they let everybody over there know that they just stopped their quarterback for no gain on third down.
And I'm so glad that the referees showed a little bit of grace there, because they have been wanting to throw that flag. Both teams have been warned, like you said, and that would have negated a great defensive play if we would have got a personal foul.
Look at this, Prairie View, fourth down from the Alabama State 37-yard line. It's 4th and 7. They didn't even think about bringing a punting team out. And here's where Alabama State, you've got all three of your timeouts, so you use one here to set things up.
Timeout.
Travis Pearson trusts what he sees. Let's see what he sees.
I hope they see a draw.
Here's Conley, and he did see the draw, and they sniffed it out. How about that, Rashawn Sanders?
I mean, I could have called that one before.
Exactly.
I hope they see a draw coming, because that's what was coming.
Joseph Jones and Jalen Carson able to get inside and sniff it out. A 6-yard loss for Conley. 1st and 10, Alabama State, and they've got the momentum right now.
That's what happened when you don't have a kicking game. When you don't have a kicking game from a punting standpoint or from a field goal standpoint. No, that's what happened. You become predictable.
And now I've gotten on the players for situational awareness. I'm going to get on the crowd for situational awareness. Your team is back in this ball game. Whoever's still here in the stadium needs to be up and loud and cheering this team on, because you've got an opportunity to go 6-5 here.
Davis drops back to pass. First down, Alabama State. Throws it just a little low to Booker. If he gets that up just a little high, Booker's got a first down and more.
Just wonder what was in front of Davis right there as far as a passing lane goes, and why he had to change the trajectory of that pass before being so low.
And he came more over the top than he has all day. Most of his passes have come from the side.
Different motion, you're right.
Mashawn straight over the top like a pitcher that just throws over the top for football, and that's why that ball went straight down. 2nd and 10, Alabama State. Here's Davis. He'll hand it to Gray. Gray uses his speed. It'll get called back. And look at that. Ezra Gray picked up a first down. Instead of being 1st and 10, it'll be 2nd and 20 for Alabama State. Leeward Brown guilty of holding the defensive tackle for Prairie View, and he'll be taken off the field immediately and replaced by Torian Stafford.
Come on, Leeward. I got you in my matchups.
Never mind. They're going to leave Leeward in, and Tito will come back to the sideline.
All right, come on. I got you in my matchups, young man.
Well, you got to go with your money players right now. It's all or nothing.
That's a big-time run by Ezra Gray, too. Not sure if Leeward even had to put his hand out there, because Gray had his feet and already gone around the edge.
I just hate those calls. It had nothing to do with the play. Yes, it was there, but, I mean, come on, Ref.
Clock running, 5:20 and going. Alabama State 2nd and 20 from their own 32. Davis.
4:34 left in this fourth quarter. You're right at midfield, and there's the answer. Yeah, I agree with this. You got to go ahead and punt, pin them back. Use your timeouts on defense if you need to.
You're only a field goal down, so now you can pin them back inside the 20.
Yep, flip the
maybe
field.
Inside the 10. Flip the field. Get a quick set of downs. Use your timeouts if you have to. Get a couple first down. Hunter Hanson come in, tie the game up.
Come tie the game.
Wouldn't be the first time we've gone into overtime.
Nope.
Hanson, or Craven, avoids the block. This ball hangs up inside the 10 just like that. Prairie View will take over 1st and 10 from their own 9. Timeout on the field. We'll take it with them. You listen to Alabama State football on the Hornet Sports Network.
Sharing has never meant as much as it does now. We share the things we love most in life for the world to see. But what if we could actually do more with our sharing than just collect likes? What if this sharing could be used to make a difference? Now there's a place where we can put all that sharing to good use. The National MS Society is asking people to make a difference and share what they love with someone else who loves it too. Whether it's surfing, dancing, or whatever is important to you, we've created a place that'll help you get your experience out to the world. If you have a story, share it. If you have a solution, share that too. Join us at wearestrongerthanms.org, because together we are stronger.
You can leave it down until we come. I can't hear.
3, 2, 1, you're back.
4:26 remaining here in the 96th Annual Turkey Day Classic. Travis Stroman, Sean Sanders, J.C. Coleman, Rob Taylor alongside with you. First down play for Prairie View, not what we wanted. Defensively, Prairie View gets a first down to the 22 on the first play, J.C.
Yeah, and this is the time where we got to actually bow our necks right here. We got to get some 3 and outs right here. We can't allow them to just keep getting first downs because the clock is our worst enemy right now. We got to do something to get the ball back, be it a turnover or a big stop.
And that's not what you want in the first play. You don't want Prairie View to be able to pick up a first down because the clock is now running. And it resets to 40, so every time now, this is 120 seconds, so that's 2 minutes. So that gets it under 2 minutes in the game before you can really force a fourth down. But they've got to get a stop at some point to be able to use a timeout. Here's Tucker. Tucker goes right side, and again another first down as he gets across the 30. And this is what we haven't called Tucker's name a lot today. But now they're going to start going to him here in these situations, and they're going to look to see, and it will be a first down. So 2 plays, 2 first downs for Prairie View.
And at some point, we're going to have to start thinking about using timeouts if we want the ball. First of all, we got to get a stop. If we get a stop, then we need to get the timeouts.
That's what I was going to say. It's got to be worth the timeout. You got to get them in like a 2nd and 9, 2nd and 8 situation. Because then you feel like from a coach's standpoint, okay, I got a great opportunity to get him off the field because I've got him in a 2nd and long situation.
Here's Conley again to Tucker. This time he stood up by Carson. This will be a situation that a timeout can be called at the 35-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 7.
And there it is right on cue. I thought I was hearing him. Okay. Well, now, yep, there it is.
He's been trying to call it. He's looked at 3 different officials. He's looked at 3 different officials. None of the officials would look at him to call the timeout. He looked at the back judge, told the line judge in front of him, and then finally got the White Hat's attention. That you can't happen. As an official, you've got to know the situation and look at the coaches.
Yes.
You can't expect the coaches to sprint down every time like you do on a field goal down at the 1 or 2 yard line. That's a situation where they let 8 seconds run off the clock because they weren't looking.
At least 8 seconds. At least
8 seconds. So what you're saying now to the team here on defense is, hey, this is it. This is the series right here to decide the football game. That's why I spent the timeout when I did. So the defense, again, has got to understand situations. Got to be aggressive. You got to know Prairie View is going to force you to use another timeout. So you should expect the run play here. So you need to be keying hard on your run keys that you watched all week on film to get up and try to get a tackle for a loss.
and of course Prairie View coach is telling them on the other side, stay in bounds, stay in bounds, go down in bounds.
They go with Caleb Broach in the backfield this time instead of DeWanna Tucker. 2nd and 7. Here's Conley, left side. He'll use Broach as an extra blocker. Able to get outside. Here's a late flag, and we waited on it, and it took forever to get it. And it'll be a 2nd down and long now, holding against Prairie View. And Joseph Jones was the only defensive guy out there. And, Mashawn, you've got 5 guys blocking Joseph Jones, and they held him.
I'm shaking my head up here because we just talked about what Prairie View has to do, and that's make you burn timeouts. And I'm looking at the defensive backs and bail techniques on the outside on both ends of the ball. Bailing out with wide receivers. They're not throwing the ball in this situation. At least take a peek. If the player takes a peek back, I think that's Keenan Isaac's side, then Conley doesn't even get up the sideline. We got bailed out by a holding call right there, but we shouldn't be getting bailed out in that situation.
Yeah,
2nd and 17. Excuse me, JC. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think Darren Johnson was actually held at that time. That's what actually sprung him.
10 on the play clock. 2:23 to go in the game. 20-17. PV leads ASU. Here's Conley in the backfield. He's got Tucker now set to his right. He'll feed it to Tucker. Tucker will be stopped behind the line of scrimmage. And now another timeout will be called, and he's by the line judge, who still won't look at him. And again, lets 3 seconds run off the clock. He's right beside him and will not acknowledge the timeout.
And the line judge, obviously, you told the line judge, I'm calling the timeout. I'm calling the timeout. You told me in advance. He just deliberately did not look at the coach.
So, on defense, these guys got to understand, again, situational football, right? It's 3rd and 20. There aren't a lot of 3rd and 20 plays. So, Prairie View's going to run their most, clock running play that they can run, which is a screen, right? So you need to be watching your keys on screen, defensive lineman. If it's real easy, that's why it's real easy. They're trying to let you go to run the screen play behind you.
What about the quarterback draw? It's worked all day for Conley.
That's what I would look for.
One play, we've stopped it, and that's because it was a 4th and 1.
The only reason why, this is just me, I wouldn't expect another draw right here in this particular situation is, again, because you can see the draw right in front of you. It's not going to eat up as much time on the clock as it would a screen, which takes time to develop. Right? You got to release the defensive lineman up the field, find the running back in the flat or whoever you screen it to, and then throw it. So you want to run a play that gives you a chance for a first down maybe, but at a minimum, it's going to eat up clock.
3 receiver set, 1 tight end, DeWanna Tucker, that's Caleb Roach, in the backfield with Conley. Big play here for both teams, 2:05 remaining, 3rd and 20 for Prairie View from their own 22. They've got to get to their own 42 for a first down. Man in motion. Here's Conley. He'll run left. He's across the 30 to the 32. He'll be 10 yards short, and the clock will continue to run, and Coach Ely will be forced to call his final timeout of the game with 1:53 to play. But now, punt. You've got to field the punt. You've got to catch it. Don't worry about a return. Just fair catch it. Set your offense up. You got 2 of the best receivers in this conference on your team with a guy now that is throwing the football better here in the second half.
Yeah, it's all or nothing at this point, And right now, coach is going to put this ball in the hands of his best player, and Michael Jefferson's name has to be called 2 or 3 times on this series. On the other hand, Prairie View is putting it into the hands of their defense, and they're rolling the dice and say, okay, we think we can stop Alabama State. So it's going to come down to the next 1 minute and 57 seconds of who execute the best.
That time, Prairie View trusting the legs of Conley instead of the arm of Conley. They ran a clock running play with the quick QB sweep to the edge, which ate up some clock, but they didn't trust the arm on the screen like I was thinking he would run. But nonetheless, we done what we needed to do, and that was get the ball back with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Here's the question. ASU, Alabama State, you've got the punter, same guy that's been kicking. You almost got the 2 of them. Do you at least attempt it and tell you guys to pull up if they don't get to it? They've done a good job of it today.
Yes. And the reason why is because they flipped the field back.
And they do come after it. And Dante Norris got held a little bit. Kobe Crabb with a fair catch, and that still scares you. At the 31, he makes the fair catch to keep it from bouncing, but he's doing it and runs and with an open body.
How many times have you seen return man let that ball bounce right there and go, and now you've got on your 5-yard line? Man, that play right there, I'm telling you, Our coach used to get on Sean Holmes all the time because he would let that ball bounce back there upon return. Again, that is a freshman making that play. That is not an easy play, but it is a game-saving play that he just made. A fair catch, but he didn't let the ball bounce on the ground and continue to go deeper into our territory.
1st and 10, Alabama State from their own 32. 1:49 to play. 4 receivers set for Davis. Pressure comes. Davis can't get away from it. Now he'll throw it. Great decision that time because he avoids the sack because he had Josh Knight in the area, so an incomplete pass. Another heady play by Davis.
And Knight. Let's give him some credit, right? Sophomore, but he knew to keep running that way because had he not ran out there now, they may not have given that to us and called a grounding play. Knight recognized that the QB was in trouble, where he wanted to throw it. He ran that area as fast as he could to get in the referee's face.
How about this? Booker and Jefferson going to be on the same side. JC, Booker will be in the slot, so now you got both of your top guys on the same side of the field. First time tonight.
And it's money time.
2nd and 10. Alabama State from their own 32-yard line. Davis, 4 receivers set. He'll have Booker and Jefferson to his left. He'll send Booker in motion. Opens things up a little bit. They've got Davis in triple coverage. Davis nowhere to go. He'll throw it now across the field to Jefferson, who made the effort to get open. Just threw it over his head. It'll be 3rd and 10.
Yeah, that's too late to throw it out when Jefferson came open on the dig route, which was the end route he was running, but we didn't throw it to him until he was on the opposite side of the hash.
Well, you know, at some point you have to realize that they're not going to let Jefferson. They don't want Jefferson to beat you. So you gotta be wise and find that other guy to go to.
If you've got Jefferson in 3-man coverage, and even if you drop into a zone, somebody's got to be open on the play.
Exactly.
And that's what they're doing again. Look at the coverage, Michon. Look how they've got Jefferson already. They didn't just roll the safety over. They had him up on the line with the corner. Davis back to pass. Again to Jefferson at the 40. Jefferson tries to make a man miss. Can't do it, but he gets a first down. Clock will stop momentarily. 1:26 to play. That's 7 on the day for Mike.
So you got to move quickly here. Got no timeouts. Got to get on the line of scrimmage, get set up. Everybody gets to play. More importantly, you got to get set at least for 1 second. Otherwise, it'll be a legal formation.
Took a lot of time for those receivers to get set on the right side. Davis, plenty of time now. He scrambles. Instead of going out of bounds, he cuts in and stays in bounds. Now he gets out of bounds. Wow. KD had 2 chances to get out of bounds and then had to dive out of bounds to stop the clock.
Yeah, he's trying to make some things happen, but at some point you got to know that you got all you're going to get. You know, get out of bounds. It's more important that you stop that clock.
So clock does stop here. Minute left on the clock here. You know, I see some hands on the hips, but we got to suck it up here and get and understand again where we are in the ball game. 2nd and 5. I need more receivers to go past the sticks here and get the first down and stop the clock.
1:05 to play. 1st and 10, Alabama State. Josh Knight in motion. He'll join Jefferson to Davis's left. Gray in the backfield. Here's Davis back to pass. Pocket collapses. Davis goes down. He ran right into that one.
Come on, Joe.
And that's just not what you can have right now. And, of course, Prairie is going to lay on him and try to run the clock even longer. Receivers are walking back to the ball. No urgency. We've got to hurry up and get set up and understand the clock is running here.
3rd and 7 now for Alabama State. And Davis clocks it.
Wow.
4th down.
Oh, no.
That brings up a 4th down situation now for Alabama State.
That was difficult for a couple reasons there. It's not that easy to get a first down at with 7 yards to go, to give up a down by clocking it.
Maybe took your chance on running the play.
That puts a lot of pressure on the offense here.
4th and 7 could be the final play of the 2019 season. Let's see. No timeouts remaining. 42 seconds to play, 8 on the play clock. Here's Davis, drops back to pass. We've got whistles and we got a false start. So now you go from a 3rd and 7, clocking the ball, to 4th and 7 to 4th and 12.
And actually, Prairie was trying to call timeout that time because they were actually in the wrong defense. They didn't want to be in that defense. They were trying to call timeout, but we bailed them out by moving.
38 seconds to play. 20 to 17. They'll reset the game clock to 42. Doesn't matter right now unless you get a first down if you're Alabama State. Make sure you stay with us in the post game. Rob Taylor will catch up with head coach Donahill Ely before he goes in the tunnel. We'll wrap things up here before we go down to Rob. Here's Davis. Back to pass, heavy pressure comes. Davis lobs it up, wide open. Ezra Gray at the 30 to the 25. Holy cow, how did Ezra Gray get wide open on that play? Now you get up and clock it on 1st and 10 because the clock's going to start.
On first down, exactly. Not on third down.
Not on 3rd and 7. We're expecting a play.
But that's just how we drew it up, right?
Davis will clock it now with 26 seconds to go. And you already know you've got 3 shots.
Yep.
3 shots.
2 of them guys going to Michael Jefferson.
Exactly. And you got another one you can use if they bottle Jefferson up is Jahad Booker. But right now, Jahad Booker's not on the field and not sure why. We'll go down to Rob Taylor real quick. Rob, is there an update on Jahad Booker, why he's not on the field right now?
I don't know. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know. I'm so into us getting this first down. I'm not sure why he's not on the field.
So it's 2nd and 10. Guys, if it stalls right here, you got Hunter Hanson. It'll be about a 44-yard attempt. Davis over the middle to Josh Knight. Knight's got to get the first down. Did he get it? And they're going to give it to him. First down to Alabama State with 24 seconds to play.
Davis is yelling, clock it, get down. Everybody get set. Everybody's lined up. Good spike. Good job.
How about this right now? You had Nigel Lee and Marquez Spencer, who have not played a lot this year at the receiver position. They were already set and already ready to go. Those are 2 guys you would expect to be running around trying to get set up.
Situation. They know the situation right now that we're in. That's what you've been talking about all night.
Yep. I'm going to go against my normal strategy of don't lose 3 trying to get 7. Stay aggressive here. And the reason why is you really haven't shown you can stop Conley all night with already over 200 yards rushing. Let's go ahead and win the game now.
And Prairie View will call a timeout. How about this, guys? Let me tell you what's going on the sideline right now. So we focus so much attention on what's going on the field. You've got 2 offensive linemen, 3 offensive linemen you bring in. You bring in a long snapper. You bring in a holder. You bring in a kicker. Harold Benton, the special teams coordinator, the tight ends coach, has all of his guys circled up around him right now, ready to run them on the field. That is situational awareness. Yep. And if you get stopped here, if you break it down here, it will be a 30-yard field goal attempt from the right hash, which is where Hunter Hanson likes it. He doesn't like it in the middle because if he hooks it, it's missed. If you hook it from the right side, you got a chance to hit the bar and get it to go in. Hunter will tell you he likes it from that right hash. But right now, you've got a shot to the end zone. Maybe 2, and this is where you take shots to the end zone.
I'm with you, Mashawn. We don't need to go. We're not playing for overtime.
Yep.
We're playing to win the game. So
go ahead and win this game.
Got to take the shots in the end zone right here. If you don't get in the end zone with 2 plays, then you kick the field goal.
Yep. And for my running backs, do the running backs know where Hunter Hanson likes to kick the ball? Again, situational awareness, knowing where you're supposed to be in the confines of the game. So if this the right hash, I sure hope the running backs know to stay on that right hash.
They got the safety rolled over, Mashawn, as you always like to point out, to Michael Jefferson's side. This is where they like to go to that corner of the end zone. Davis has got to get rid of it. You can't take a sack. Davis throws it low. He had his man in the end zone. Hops it at the goal line. That was Josh Knight. It'll be 3rd and 10 with 9 seconds to play. And, guys, if Davis gets sacked on that play, it's a ball game because you had 3 receivers in the end zone.
Yes.
There's no way you get them unless you sprint them off the field, one off the sideline and one on the set.
Now you run your field goal team out here now because you don't want to take a chance on a missed snap, a fumble snap or anything. I understand this one.
Yeah, I would never knock a decision to tie a ball game up when you can.
But here's a situation now. You force Prairie View to use a timeout to set up to say, hey, they're going to kick a field goal. So you bring everybody to the sideline. And Hunter Hanson normally doesn't come to the sideline in timeouts.
Yeah, they're trying to freeze him, but like you're saying, and he's not on the sideline, so he's going to kick it. I don't know. I would be tempted to run me another play right now since they gave me a timeout.
And I think they are, because here we go. The offense comes back out. So you've got to take the shot to the end zone. KD cannot take a sack. He needs to know if he gets hit, is about to get hit, throw it as hard as you can out of bounds.
Right.
But you don't have a lot of time.
Right.
And I can just read arm gestures, but it looks like the coach told KD, throw it hard. So I think he knows he can't take a sack here.
Richard Moncrief, the quarterback whisperer, is what he's known around these parts. Is the quarterback coach here at Alabama State. He has the last word with KD as they go out. Donahill Ely has the last word with Michael Jefferson as he goes out. And you expect this, even
right.
with double coverage. If you get picked off, you get picked off. You got to go to your target.
Michael Jefferson.
It's going to be a fade route, looks like.
Davis back to pass into the end zone to Jefferson.
Oh, went through his hands.
That's all right.
And Jefferson says he got held, and I think he did get held, but nonetheless, we're going to get Hunter Hanson now out for the field goal attempt.
Wow, this is good, exciting end of season football.
Very respectable play right there. Put it only where Jefferson could get it if he could get the ball. They ran a deep post route there in the back of the end zone, and it just got through his hands and the defender's hands, but he looked like he got held there.
Luke Barnes, the snapper. Anthony Craven, the holder. Hunter Hanson, the place kicker. The junior from Montgomery, Alabama, right hash, 30-yard field goal attempt to try to tie this Turkey Day Classic up. 7 seconds to play. Here's Barnes. The snap, the hold is bobbled. The kick is no good. And that all started. That is not on Hunter Hanson. That was a low snap. Craven couldn't handle it. And just like that, with 3 seconds to play, Prairie View is going to win the 96th Annual Turkey Day Classic.
Wow.
Special teams again.
Yeah, we lost this on special teams. And
flags all over the place regardless. It'll be Prairie View football, and Eric Dooley has his hands out like, why are you throwing the flag? But there's 3 seconds left, and you're running around the stadium from end to end when there's time on the clock. And that's just a bad snap from Luke Barnes. It went into Craven's ribs. Craven tried to get it out. All Hunter could do was try to kick it. He did get the kickoff.
Yeah.
And just unfortunate for Hunter, he didn't get an opportunity.
I hate that for the young man right here locally from Montgomery, Alabama. Last game of the season, one of the biggest games of the season. This is why you stay home to put on for your city to play in a situation like this, and to have that come with a miscue on the hand, hand of the holder instead of the foot of the kicker. It's got to be disappointing for him. Keep your head up, young man, and keep working.
3 seconds remaining in this game. It's all academic now. Prairie View will win 20-17. Guys, we can go ahead and break our part down before we go down to Rob on the sideline. Although you lose this game, great effort for this team all year. Mashawn, you talked about how we were in games. We were 1 possession away from winning 2. Played our hearts out for almost 3 quarters against Florida State. You know, this is a team that continues to grow and has a lot of young players coming back at key positions.
It is. I had to look down to make sure I didn't misread the fine print just to see that we were only losing 1 senior on the offense and coming back next year. So, a lot of learning that will happen. We played a lot of good teams to get a lot of good film as well. So, be able to watch that stuff in the offseason, I expect this team to be competing for a SWAC championship next year.
Yeah, and I think Coach is going to have to, get your team in, and you got to, talk to them and keep them up, keep their heads up. Sportsmanship. It's not all about how you win or lose. It's not win or lose, but it's how you do it. You got to keep your head up. You know that you played your heart out. You left it out on the field, and shake the guys up, shake their hands up. And you live to play another year.
So you look at this. You've got all your skill positions coming back, which is a big key. Mashawn, you talked about having to take a second look at that roster. A lot of skill guys coming back, a lot of things to build on. 5-6, yeah, it's not a winning record, but there's still a lot of positives you can take. You got Michael Jefferson coming back. You got Jahab Booker coming back. You got KD coming back. Ezra's trying to get another year back. Ja'Cory Merritt, Duran, all those guys. Defensively, same thing. A lot of young guys.
A lot of young guys, a lot of excitement. I'm telling you, this is going to be one of the most exciting off seasons for the Hornets that we've had in quite some time. And then we've also got some solid recruits in the pipeline that are looking at us seriously. That in the other situations in the past would not have been looking at us, quite frankly. But to see the momentum of the program and where we are right now, we're trending in the right direction.
Yeah, we're trending in the right direction. We got a lot of things to work with.
We'll go down to Rob Taylor. Rob's got Coach on the sideline.
All right. Coach, a heartfelt loss today, but the guys hung in there.
Yeah, they hung in there, and too many mistakes in our kicking game. Gave them a touchdown on a late kickoff deal going in. Missed the extra point, missed the field goal. There's too many mistakes in our kicking game, which has normally been sound, but kids fought hard, just come up short.
And Coach, even though the season has ended, you don't stop coaching because you got to get ready for next season and continue to talk with these guys and work with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, these are still young, fragile minds, so I got to find a way to build them ones up that made mistakes and let them know it ain't the end of the world, and we'll move forward.
Coach, happy Thanksgiving to you. All right, that's Coach Donald Hill Ely. Still got to find a way to help these guys move forward. Just like Coach said, there's a lot of young players, great players on this football team. Guys, happy Thanksgiving.
That's Rob. Happy Thanksgiving,
Rob.
Again, your final score here. We had a chance to wrap it up, guys, before we went down to Rob. Final score, Prairie View wins the 96th Annual Turkey Day Classic 20-17. Check out your 2020 schedule. It's on BamaStateSports.com now as we speak. Make your travel plans now. A lot of great games, including Southern and UAPB back on the schedule again for next year. From our partners, J.C. Coleman, Marshawn Sanders, for our guys, Chris Adams-Wall, that have been here.